Welcome back. It's a Monday morning, a victory Monday.
Oh, boy.
Here in the break room on CMF, the greatest game ever played that day in that stadium yesterday. We will get to all of the Bills stuff throughout the show today. How's it going, buddy?
Good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
43 degrees right now, getting it up into the mid-60s. Looks like it's cloudy, potential shower. Around 2 o'clock as we get ready for Election Day tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Which is kind of funny. Quick sidebar before
What's
we
that?
get the show started, right? Like, you know, it used to be like a major holiday. Election Day is coming up. Prepare yourself, right? But with the early voting, which is good, by the way, right? Give everybody the opportunity to go. It gets more people out to the polls. It does kind of take the luster away from the actual Election Day.
True.
You think?
A little bit. Because, when you had those mega lines you had to wait through,
I mean, it's inconvenient, but there was also, like, I don't know, I always got, like, a sense of patriotism standing in those lines on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Like, sure, a bunch of people can't vote because they don't have the time, but look at what we're doing here, huh? I'm also rolling the dice, I've decided.
Oh,
what are you doing?
why?
Well, I was planning on early voting, but just things didn't work out throughout the last week, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go tomorrow. My anticipation being people were so excited for early voting.
That's what I was wondering. Will it take
It's
some
gotta
of
be
the
low.
weight off of the
On
actual
Tuesday.
day?
Yeah. I mean, because so many people have already gone out.
Okay, but let's say 30% of people early voted in New York, which would be a lot of people, only Italians. That's still 70% of people that would have to vote on Tuesday.
I bet you the early voting's even higher because it looks like half of the vote is in.
Okay. All right, but that would mean, but see, that half of the vote was broken up over like a week.
Right.
And it was still
You
long
know,
lines, so that's like that times 5.
I think you're going to be fine.
Okay, we'll find out. I'll let you know tomorrow when I'm standing in line for 3 hours.
Well, just don't go at peak time.
Well, what's peak time?
I don't even know what peak
know.
time is.
2:25.
No, I would guess peak time is
noon.
early, lunchtime, and then right after work.
Right.
I would guess.
Yeah, all right.
All right, that being said, you know, with everything happening this week, right, there's a lot of anxiety from a lot of people all over the place. Maybe you need a friend.
Okay.
Can always use a friend.
Sure.
Well, I got bad news.
But we down on friends?
Yes, according to a new study, almost 1/2 of Americans say they have not made a new friend this year.
All right.
Not alarmed by that at all.
What?
I mean, why would you? I mean,
Why would you make a new friend?
Yeah, I mean, if you're locked into your group,
Yeah.
I mean, how many new actual friends that you like hang with outside of work would that be?
Yeah, because even if you met somebody new and you're like, I like that guy. Like, how likely are you to actually like hang out with them and build a friendship? You know, at this point in life.
A lot of things would have to line up.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't know how many guys are making the effort. Like, you would have to keep seeing each other over and over again, find a way to get each other's
Outside
phone
of
numbers.
work.
Yeah.
And it's tough.
No, look, you made a point here. And I think it's what a lot of guys your age fall back on. If you're
What's
already part of a group, what do you need new friends for?
Right.
Yeah, but what you're failing to talk about, and I know this is your situation too,
What's that?
even your group starts to fall away the older you get.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like you're in a situation where I have too many friends, I can't take on another friend. You just don't want to put yourself out there, so you use the excuse I already have friends, even though you don't talk to the friends you had 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You don't. I find it hard to believe you don't see this as a problem. Well, you, because you have no soul,
So,
but everybody else.
like, my father was a very social guy, and so was my mother. And so they had a lot of friends. And they were constantly miserable. They constantly talked crap on him, and they constantly were fighting with him. And, but my friend would go, I love that guy. That son of a bitch. Blah, 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 bing, blah, blah, boom. Like they were just constantly miserable with all these friends.
Maybe your
Well,
parents.
you were only probably hearing them complaining, though.
Right, but
Like,
that's all they did.
Maybe your parents were just miserable. Maybe it had nothing to do with having too many friends.
They were. Like, I don't buy into this friend crap.
Explain what that means.
I don't need it. How many friends do you actually need?
That's a good
Well,
question.
I mean,
And
I do
I-
find. Don't you see like people with a lot of friends? Like they seem like happier people.
I don't think so.
He doesn't
But
know
I feel
anybody
like
with
we're
Especially
convincing
men.
ourselves that because we don't make new friends.
I will say women handle friends better than men.
I don't know. In my house, it's the opposite. Like my husband is really, really good at making new friends.
Oh.
Like
But
so
that's
much
pretty
so
rare.
that he puts in an effort. Like it's to the point where wherever we go, like he's got to like go say hi to somebody, and like they'll stop and like they'll have a beer together.
Don't be shaking your head.
Look,
My husband's really good at making friends. I am not that way, so I
you
do
ain't no
appreciate
chum.
how he's good at it.
I know that I'm broken, so I'm a bad example because I have like one.
Me too.
Well, no, but I can sit here and say the way I'm doing it is probably not the right way. You're sitting here going, nailing it, lonely, sad, look at me.
Isolated alcoholic is a thing.
Okay. Look, the discussion does go somewhere dark here. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I agree with you that men are the ones driving this I don't need any more friends thing. And that's fine. We want to be tough. We don't need anybody else. I don't want anyone else's problems infiltrating my life.
All right.
But, I mean, the facts are the facts. The rate of depression in men as they get older is much higher than it is with women. The rate of suicide, because we were talking about this off the air the other day.
Guys my age especially.
I mean, look,
taking the pipe. Yeah.
It's one of these things that nobody ever talks about. But if you go and look at the numbers for men of a certain age, it is astonishing, right? Like these men are saying that they're lonely. These terrible things are happening. But at the same time, those same men will be like, I don't need friends. I don't need anyone to talk to.
Well, I wonder, because you always see like couples that go long, if the husband loses his spouse, like they have a much harder time carrying on with life. And I feel like part of that too is they may not have that friendship and support system that women might have if that same thing happened.
Well, I mean, the ages that are dying now, it's because they actually don't know how to cook anything, so they starve to death. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like everything, they took care of everything.
They just eat processed meats.
Exactly.
So I did see this study, and it was a little documentary I watched about how we don't join groups anymore in this country, how they're all down. So, like, I remember, like, my old man was a member, like, the Rotary Club, the Elks Lodge, but Americans don't join clubs anymore. So even, like, it's called, I think the documentary is pretty interesting, it's called Bowling Alone. And it talks about how bowling leagues, people bowl, but they don't join leagues anymore. Ooh. They just recreationally bowl, but not in leagues.
Is that because they don't want the commitment part of it?
But it's across the board in like every kind of organization. It's way down.
No, I get the Moose Lodge and the Elks,
country club stuff like that. All that stuff.
But I would argue, and this is purely anecdotal.
No, I mean, I'm talking old school organizations.
I get you, right? I would make the argument that with the bowling and the Elks and the Moose, that was replaced by your pickleballs and your beer league hockey and basketball and volleyball. Because I'll admit, man, like some of the best friends I have are guys and gals that I met playing beer league hockey.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that was my only really social outlet because we're isolated here. We're literally in a soundproof room with no windows.
Yeah.
You're a miserable prick. You're not going to help me at all.
But I've always been like that.
That's what I mean. And, like, it is funny. Now that Kimmy brings that up, like, when you are around her husband, right, the guy is just a magnet for humanity. Yeah. Where you and I are off in the corner, like, eating pieces of cheese we found on the ground. He's out, like, shaking people's hands and high-fiving everybody.
But your wife's very social. She's a member of clubs.
Yeah, every club in the world.
My wife is very social, and the same thing. She joins clubs. I don't want anything to do with it, man. Like when I see her going out doing that stuff, I go, man, what do you want to do that for?
That looks miserable. I'm going to sit here alone and drink.
Why are you making these people cupcakes?
No, I think that there's an argument to be made.
Yeah.
That there are some people that do really well alone.
Yes.
You and I have that experience having done stand-up. You and I are also very unique human beings. We understand that we are hard people to be around sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So fine. Like, I'm great alone, you're great alone, right? But I don't know if that's the normal human experience.
Well, it's probably not healthy.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here's where it gets really alarming.
What's that?
So we told you that almost 1/2 Americans, 40% of Americans, say they have not made a new friend in over a year. That's about the same amount of people say they feel like they've been in a, quote, rut socially. And about 1/4 of Americans say that their social lives feel repetitive, meaning you're doing the same things with the same people all the time.
Which is kind of how life goes.
But maybe that's why people feel like they don't want new friends because, well, I'm just doing this.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine without. I don't need it.
Yeah, break my routine.
Or even if I'm bored with the routine, well, if I get another friend, I'm just going to keep doing the same things with that friend. When in reality, you're getting a different perspective from a different person, maybe.
All right. But do you want that?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Right.
Sometimes you're introduced to things that you love. Sometimes you are forced to do things you don't want to do.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, let me give you an example. Okay. I'm sorry, Kimmy, you were going to say something?
Nope.
Okay. Over the weekend, on Saturday, big day in the Duffy household.
What happened?
We got Jamaican food.
Ooh.
Don't you do that every weekend?
No, why would you say that?
Because your wife's Jamaican. You always talk about Jamaican food.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you eat Italian every weekend?
Maybe I do.
No, you don't.
Only because of the carbs and I got to watch my salt.
Okay.
You go to that downtown joint.
No, it's Livy's. It's in Gates. It's delicious.
That's what I said.
Okay. We get Jamaican food probably like once every 2 months.
Okay.
Just because, like, we got a lot going on. So Saturday night, we're getting Jamaican food, curry chicken, rice and peas, cabbage, little oxtail on the side. It's so good.
Wow.
But what I'm getting at is, had I not met my wife, I would have not been introduced to the brilliance that is Jamaican food.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Your world would not have expanded.
Exactly. And I would not have been exposed to the, what's the word I'm looking for? Experience that is walking into a Jamaican restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you, when I was dating my wife and she took me to Libby's for the first time, I was a little bit intimidated because it's a ton of people that are either first generation Jamaican or straight off the boat Jamaican. The folks that own Libby's from Jamaica, right? And they were the most welcoming, nicest, coolest people ever. Livy and his wife, the folks that own that place, I would lay down in traffic for those people. Every time I go in, they give me hugs and we talk. And it's not just me. They don't care who I am. It's everybody.
Yeah.
And the point I'm getting at is this.
What's that?
With your argument that you may not like the new things you're exposed to. If you would have asked, you knew me as a 20-something kid before I met my wife.
Oh, yeah.
If you would have said, hey, I know this guy, and he's going to take you to this restaurant where everybody gives you hugs, and it's got this really weird-looking food, I would have been, I don't want that.
I know.
But I was put in that situation, and I love that. It's like my favorite thing in the world, and I don't know how I'd live without it.
So it opened up your mind.
It did.
Okay.
Man.
Okay, well, that's
But
a
are
good
there
thing.
some things, though, like, as you bring up that as an example, though, but are there some things that your wife has introduced you to that it was just like a swing and a miss? Though,
Everything else. Everything else.
Where you're like, see, this is what happens when you go out of your way, you try something new.
Outside of Jamaican food, everything else my wife has had me do sucks. But the Jamaican food and that experience, that was great.
Okay.
That was great.
So you got cabbage out of it.
Well, but I'm saying
and oxtail.
I was a guy who didn't go outside of my food boundaries a lot.
Yeah.
And then after I tried Jamaican food and I was like, oh, this is good. I was like, maybe I should try this and maybe I should
Other
try that. Yeah.
foods.
And I've been exposed to a whole world of things that I did
Gateway
not
food.
understand. Yeah, it was a gateway food.
Next thing you know, Pat's 300 pounds.
I mean, Kimmy, are you
He's
someone
very fat, open-minded.
are you someone, Kimmy, that makes friends easily?
I
What
will
do
say,
you
like, most of
think,
my new
ice
friends have
queen
come
woman?
because of my husband. Because, like, I was even thinking, like, a lot of the people we went to the Bills game yesterday, and a lot of the people we met up with, like, I consider them really good friends, but I'm like, I probably would have never even met them if it wasn't for my husband talking to, like, our neighbors when we used to live over, like, on Park Ave. Like, I would have never gone out of my way to talk to anybody new. And because
it's
of
all
my
your husband.
Yeah, no, I can say that most of my newer friends in life have been because of my husband.
Yeah, I can say
being
the
social.
same thing. Like, most of the new people
Yeah.
are connected to my wife. I'm just kind of there.
Insane, but that's what's so
I
surprising.
mean, I'm a human prune, man. Nobody wants a prune.
He's a pruman.
Yes.
But I think Kimmy's situation is unique because it makes sense that men are attached to guys that are friends with their wives' friends.
Yeah.
You're the only situation, Kimmy.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
the flip.
Yeah, it is the opposite for me.
But your dad was like that, too. Your dad's very social.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he is probably the more social between
But that
my
makes
parents.
sense. You would be attracted to a more social guy based on how you saw your father interact with people.
Now it's getting weird.
Yeah,
man.
no,
but
we're
I'm-
doing a
I'm-
whole.
Kimmy's
I'm in
attracted to her
therapy.
daddy.
I'm in therapy right now.
And a piss Kim.
No, but like her image of a man was a social guy.
Yeah, because
She
I
wants
also
a
know,
man just like a daddy.
but I also know that I'm not social, so like I would have nobody to talk to if I didn't date somebody
Right.
like my husband.
Yeah.
Mustache tall.
Every now and then, though, and this is like a terrible thing,
Yeah.
and maybe you guys experience this sometimes too.
Well, listen to
'Cause, like,
Pat's box set over here on your wife.
I'm nailing it right now, man. That country song would have been a hit in the 60s.
Because you know how, like, sometimes you're just like, let's not meet new people today. Like, let's not do this whole thing.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
And then, like, every now and then, he'll strike up a conversation with somebody that says some things that you're like, oh, see what you did. Now we're
Yeah.
stuck talking to this guy, and he's saying some things that I don't really necessarily agree with, but he's saying it pretty loud.
And
Now
you know-
we're associated.
No, but I think what you brought up loops the two things we've been talking about in this conversation together.
What's that?
Tomorrow being election day
Yeah.
and making new friends. And I think we're in a weird spot right now, socially, politically, where your fear is not, what am I going to commit myself to? Is this person going to be someone I can relate to? Your first fear is going to be what falls out of their mouth the first time something like that comes up. Because I
Oh.
think we've all been burned.
Yeah.
I think we've
You
all been in
think
spots
you
where it's
walk
like,
into it, yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
oh,
didn't see it going this way.
oh, whoa. That's not how my daddy would have done it.
You don't make men like my daddy anymore.
We got a dynamite. Tommy made it super weird kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It is a Victory Monday.
Oh, boy.
Here in the break room on CMF. By the way, I'm glad everything worked out the way that it did. I'm not going to say I told you so, because you told me I was an idiot. What are you worried about? Despite the fact that every statistical detail had this as a close potential loss for the Bills. They find a way to pull it out. Oh, you're making a face.
Well, because they took a nap in the first half.
What are you?
And then that jive interception into the end zone.
That was a pain in the.
What the hell was that? I've never seen anything like that.
I mean, it happens,
Like that?
Maybe we should stop running that route with Keon, because once it hit him in the head, once he had a nice game,
Bounced right off.
Now he threw a pick. Look, what I'm getting at is this. Tommy made his picks on Friday, pretty confident.
No, I got a total shaftola.
Oh, did you get a shaftola? Well, really? I thought you'd be into that.
Not like that.
Not just a shaft, but a shaftola. Hey, Muley, post-game excuse Monday, just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Just after 9, we talked to a man who was there with his hair all coiffed, no knee pads, saying a-hole into the radio microphone.
Oh, I forgot about that. Jeez.
Our good buddy, Dan, hot takes, chesty, please keep it down, watch your mouth, Fates from 13 Women Buffalo Plus, joins us just after 9 o'clock to recap that game, and just after 6:45, we started talking about it on Friday. The exclamation point comes today. There is nothing Miami can do to beat the Buffalo Bills. And because of that, it's time for something new.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
We are fully on to Thanksgiving with Christmas not too far
Oh,
away.
right. Yeah, we're in the thick of it.
But let's not forget, there are still some remnants of Halloween that happened last week. And folks in the know want you to take those remnants and do the right thing with them.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm interested to see where you come down on this, because you hate things that look trashy.
Yes.
But you also don't really care about nature.
I mean, I like nature.
In fact, you go out of your way to middle finger nature sometimes.
I don't mess with nature.
Okay.
I leave it alone.
There is something you should be doing with your pumpkins.
All right.
So no then.
What am I doing?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is the thing you're supposed to do.
Oh.
Right? I mean, it's relatively new.
Okay.
You're going to love this because it keeps things from looking trashy.
That I like.
It's great for the environment.
Oh, okay.
But if I do it a different way, am I doing it wrong?
What? Isn't there many ways to do this?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got your chance to win tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah.
What?
What am I supposed to do? Sebastian Maniscalco.
No,
I can't say that guy's name.
I was just letting you know the comedian is coming to the Blue Cross Arena November 15th. Don't call us because all you got to do, go to WCMF.com, head to the contest page, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets. They're on sale right now at LiveNation.com, courtesy of Live Nation. So good luck, Laurent, from your friends here in the break room on CMF just after 6:45. No matter what Miami does, no matter what they do and how they do it, they just cannot figure out the Buffalo Bills. Yeah. We touched on it Friday, and the difference was obvious, despite the fact that the Miami quarterback played the best game maybe he's ever played against the Bills, despite the fact that the defense had the Bills' number at points during that game. The reason why the Dolphins should have a new coach last season lies in 3 plays yesterday.
Oh, all right.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here on a Victory Monday in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Ontario County wants your jack-o'-lantern.
What do you mean, wants them?
They are holding pumpkin composting events. So one was on Saturday. There's another one this coming Saturday.
Yeah.
You can drop your pumpkins off at a couple of different places for them to be taken, composted, and used the right way.
I got to drive them somewhere?
Yeah, that's what they're asking.
Who's got time for this?
By the way, they're also taking gourds, flowers, hay, and corn stalks. And they're not the
It's
only...
all your display crap.
You got it.
Yeah.
And they're not the only place doing this. Most towns and villages have places you can drop off your pumpkins and all that other stuff to compost them.
Yeah.
What do you do with your pumpkin?
We donate all of our stuff to waste management.
Okay, so you throw in the garbage.
Yeah. All that stuff I just put down the curb, the guys take it.
Okay,
or
so-
the town takes it, too.
So you're not feeling inspired to put them in a place that can help wildlife and Mother Nature?
But they can go to the dump and eat the stuff they do. Don't all the rats and the birds eat all that crap?
I don't know if you want that, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Rats are not good. Rats carry
Rats
disease.
are all over the junkyard.
Man, that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, you have woods in your backyard. Why don't you just toss them back there?
So I did.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I know you're not really supposed to do that.
You're not.
I thought you
not.
were.
Well, it's not our woods.
252.
It's like the college woods.
Yeah.
No, it is the college. It's not
Yeah.
like the college
Yeah.
woods. It is not your property. I
So,
love how guys like you, right? Like if anyone invades
college
your
woods.
property or my property, but if it's someone else's property, it's like their property.
Kinda like,
There
yeah.
is no such thing as like their property.
So I did. I stopped doing it because it was a pain in the ass to walk
Okay.
them all the way back there. And I could just throw them in the hopper and out they go.
Okay, and you feel no guilt about this.
No.
252 WCMF, is that the wrong way to do it? Like if I throw, because I just throw out my pumpkins too.
Yeah.
If I throw them out, does it hurt anything?
But they just degrade into the ground.
I think-
What's
I
the
don't think
difference
it-
if it's there, if it's over at a dump?
Well, because there may be a benefit to putting them where they want you to put
So
them.
the deer will eat them or
Well,
something.
I don't know.
Could just be one of those things where it doesn't hurt to throw it away, but you could be doing better things with it, essentially.
So the other problem is with our pumpkins, when my wife puts them out, I spray them so the deer and the squirrels don't eat them. So
Spray
they're
'em with
kind of
what?
What's that?
What do you spray them with?
It's like a deer repellent, so they won't touch
Oh.
them. So
It's just a picture of Tommy's face.
So I don't know if that's good either because I throw them out, they wouldn't even eat them anyway. Cause
May
they're
not be
kinda
good.
like-
Yeah, I don't know
They
what's
got the
on
spray
there.
and they don't touch it.
Well, I don't know if this is like for food for animals, if they turn it into like compost to like
Yeah.
grow things
Oh,
out
okay,
of. I mean, it could
okay.
also be that, but then again, I don't know if that would. I mean,
Yeah.
is it natural spray that you use?
I don't know. I
You
know
don't
it keeps
read
the
the
deer.
can?
No, it just keeps the deer away. It does. How, if I read it, I don't even understand it.
No, but I would worry like if I'm holding it and spraying it, I may want to know what's in it if I
well,
like
yeah,
have to put on a
and
mask.
would
or
you
something.
worry
should-
about
it-
your dog being around it?
Yeah.
It's just no, it's not harmful. It's just a spray. It's just scent they don't like.
He didn't read
Oh.
the can, but he
Is
knows
that
it's not harmful
peppermint?
to dogs. Hold on, time out.
Oh,
Time out. How do you
What?
know it's not harmful to dogs?
because it says not harmful to dogs.
It's a lie. You just lied to me. I can see the look on your face. I don't read the can, but the can said not harmful to dogs.
I've been using it forever, and I've had dogs, and no dog has died under my watch.
You've lost 2 dogs.
But I'm old age.
How do you know? How do you know they wouldn't have gone
14.
longer if it wasn't for your toxic deer spray that you're using?
Like a tortoise.
I've never heard of somebody spraying their pumpkins before. This is new to me.
So they won't nibble on them. If you leave them out there,
Yeah.
everything's going to take a chomp on it.
I've never had anything eat my pumpkins, and I live out in the middle of nowhere.
Really? And you got all that the garden stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Rabbits will eat the stuff in the garden. Maybe that's why. There's better stuff to eat
Oh,
than
yeah, it
pumpkins.
could be. Yeah, they go for the arugula.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF of all of the things. Why
I know
do
your wife
arugula?
grows arugula.
Of course, she grows everything, man.
That's good stuff, though.
Yeah, no, man. I stay up at night, mouth water, and thinking about arugula. 252-WCMF with this story from Ontario County where they want your jack-o'-lanterns and pumpkins for composting. They're holding events, and a lot of towns do this.
Yeah.
In your humble opinion, Thomas, when should pumpkins be gone from the front yard?
So we're getting rid of all our stuff today. It's a nice day.
Okay, so it's gone.
Done, yeah. But she also wants us to do the flip to Christmas.
Oh,
so it's
you're
not
going,
like we're really not doing anything.
So you're going straight Christmas.
Yeah, you're kind of. I mean, you're still in the fall season, right? Like I think most people don't flip till Christmas, till closer to Thanksgiving, right?
So we don't do anything, nothing lit up.
Okay.
It's all like unplugged.
Because, Kimmy, I think there are people, and this will cause a big fight in neighborhoods over the next couple of weeks. Folks will leave out the pumpkins and the hay and the corn stalks, making the argument that those aren't Halloween decorations. Those are fall decorations.
I mean, that's an argument.
It's not an argument.
Not in my house.
Okay. So
Not from me.
So you're frustrated with your neighbors that leave their pumpkins out until the third week of November?
Yeah, get them out of there.
Why? Bless you, Kimmy. Why?
It just looks like crap. And once the holidays, it looks like a party that it's over.
But as long as they're not rotting away or like
they will.
Right, but I would think you're still in like that fall decoration mode until Thanksgiving, right? Like that's all Thanksgiving stuff is all fall.
It's a great excuse I can use to not clean up my pumpkins.
But I just don't want to. I hate putting it out, so I love getting rid of it.
Yeah,
like,
but that just means the next
gone.
stuff's coming.
I know. I just love January when I can just rip all that crap up, throw it in a box, and maybe I die before next year.
We're all hoping, buddy.
I'll jump in that box.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. I wanted to talk about pumpkins here. The reason why that you want to compost your pumpkins is because if they end up in a landfill, which many of them do this time of year, they reduce a ton of methane or release a ton of methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases, which is not good for the atmosphere.
Ah, there you go.
Right, a goddamn greenhouse.
Yeah, so it's way better to compost them, or like Tommy says, just chop them up a little bit and throw them in the woods. I mean, I don't care if it's your woods or not. Just put them there.
What if they're kind of your woods?
Yeah.
I don't know. Then kind of throw half of it in there.
Okay, so Jeremy, what you're saying is, not that many people will care hearing it, but it is a better thing to do to compost them than it is to just chuck them in the garden.
All right.
Yes, absolutely it is.
All right, so Jeremy, you composted your pumpkins?
They're still sitting out on the front step. They'll sit there until they get kind of mushy, and then I toss them in the flower beds, and then, I don't know. It's kind of some form of composting, but, back to nature, I guess.
Hey, man, I ain't the weather cops. Good for you, man. You do your thing.
You compost.
Although when you were talking this morning, maybe I should chop them up and make some Jamaican food out of them. Some pumpkins instead of potatoes.
Bro.
Oh, my God. I'm getting fat thinking about it.
Go
right,
to Libby's this morning. Go get him, Jeremy. Have a good rest of the day. Oh, yeah, so my wife does the composting thing.
And that thing stinks.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
So
It's-
people
Does she
do it
still
now.
do it?
Yeah.
People do it like they don't even have gardens. They just do it, and then they give it to the garbage man or something.
There is
I
like
know
a
people that do it
program
in
like
cities.
that.
My
But
dad, I
yeah,
don't know.
They don't
but
throw out their food. They like compost it, and they give it to somebody.
No, my wife used it for the garbage. Like, there's very few things
It reeks.
I'll put my foot down on,
Yeah.
but this was one of them because there was a time.
Where was that stinky time?
Thank you. Where my wife would just take all rotting food.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do,
That was
right?
compostable, right? And she put it in a can in our kitchen, and it would eventually turn to liquid, and it was
It's
horrific.
gross.
It was horrific.
Right. It's
And
called sewage.
Thank you. And finally, I had to be like, "Look, I'm not living like this
Yeah.
anymore." So she went and got like this big bin that you spin around
Yeah,
that
you
lives
have to turn
outside.
it.
Yeah,
But it
I-
still has flies and crap in it. And it stinks, which means every goddamn animal could smell that thing.
So again, we don't have a lot. The only animals that show up are bunnies that trying to eat my wife's plants, which she's been fighting a battle with for years
Yeah.
now. But yeah, I don't even know where the composting is in my yard. I'll be completely honest with
And
you.
then she dumps it into the garden.
I would assume so, yes. So I'm eating rotten arugula. I mean, it's funny, man, as we talk about all this, right? There are three types of people
Yeah.
in this world. There are people like Jeremy who are going to use his pumpkins and compost them.
He works it back into nature.
Yeah, you got it. There are people like you and I who are just going to chuck their pumpkins into the garbage can.
Yeah.
And then there's a third type of people
Who's that?
who will let nature handle the pumpkins by leaving them on their front step until they
they're
have
gone,
disappeared.
until something carries it away.
Or until they have liquefied to the point where they are no
Ooh,
longer a
yeah.
pumpkin.
And by the way,
anymore.
those things also stink once those things start to rot. And then you get flies and crap.
Oh, you get flies?
You like flies and stinking?
Stinking flies?
No.
No, I'm not going to lie to you. There have been many a shovel experience I've had
Shovel.
where the snow is hit and I
Yeah.
go out.
You hit the pumpkin.
And I go to shake. And all of a sudden the snow is orange because the pumpkin head.
Wait, it's been out there that long?
Well,
Don't
we used to
judge
get
me.
snow sometimes we would get snow in
No, this
October,
is like
November.
December. Don't try to make me look better.
All
I know.
right.
I'm being honest here. Don't judge me, man.
It's like roadkill at that point.
But then it gets shoveled up and then and then it melts back into nature. So
there you
actually,
go.
Look at
I
that.
was doing the right thing the whole time, man. I always wonder too, what other places do with the pumpkins that they don't use. Like for example, like the farms you go to, they have leftover pumpkins.
Yeah,
What
tons
about
of them.
Wegmans?
Wegmans tops, right?
Yeah.
That are selling them out front because you never see pumpkins go on sale,
No.
and you can't.
Once they're done, they're done.
Exactly. So are they valuable in some way after we're done buying and decorating? Like, do Wegmans and Tops use them in a different way?
They must sell them back to some farmer or something that uses them, like you said, to into the crops. And
Can they make pumpkin pie with it?
How many are you making?
I don't think you.
They'll sell pumpkin pie into Thanksgiving time, right? Even Christmas, that's a pumpkin pie time. I mean, do they buy their pumpkin stuff from like a company or do they do it themselves? Because if you do it yourself, you do have.
Oh, it's good stuff.
You'd think like 2 or 3 days before Halloween, if they weren't doing something with the pumpkins, they'd
Think
be
how
half
much
off.
manpower you would have to get all those pumpkins, scoop them all out, and make pies. That pie would be $90.
That's what pies cost.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
So it does say that a lot of grocery stores will offer them back to farmers as feed.
The pigs eat it.
Wait, your mom's there?
That's very mean.
Yeah. Talk about flies and stink. They pew. She's got her old pumpkin. Got a stalk coming out of it and everything. And it's orange. And it's mushy.
Some of them are
And a
donated to
rabbit's
local
eating it.
zoos.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a break. Everyone's in a great mood this morning, baby.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of those weird Western New York, Miami Dolphins fans. We touched on this
Quite a few of them.
at the
out
game
there.
yesterday.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Because Kimmy was out there. She was doing her thing. You were at Bill Gray's watching the game, making that experience fun for everybody, I'm sure. We touched on this Friday, and it's even more apparent now.
Yeah.
The Miami Dolphins played a great game yesterday.
yeah.
Right? In home, in hard conditions with that Bills crowd breathing down your neck. Yet, at the end of the day, the Bills did what they always do. They beat the Miami Dolphins. And there are 3 plays in that game yesterday that are proof positive that it's done. It's done time for everything they got going on in Miami. Because if you can't do this with this stuff going for you, it's never going to happen. And we'll get into it on a post-game Monday next here in the break room on CMF.
Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Kick by Bass is long enough, and it is good! Bombs away for Tyler Bass, who bombs it from 61! It's a career best for the Bills kicker. Unbelievable!
What a redemption story.
Somebody's still working this morning.
Bro, his job was lost in the third quarter.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
That missed extra point had Bills fans ready to riot, only for him to kick the longest field goal in Bills franchise history and totally redeem himself. Yeah. But there was no...
Save the day.
Bro, save the day. Here's the thing, right? It seems unlikely in the moment, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. There was no doubt Bass was going to hit that field goal to send Miami home again. No doubt. Because it turns out
what's that?
There is nothing that this Dolphins team can do the way they are built to beat the Buffalo Bills. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF will jump right into it. 30-27 win over the Dolphins in Orchard Park yesterday. The Bills have a 4.5-game lead in the AFC East as we speak. They have won 4 straight games. They are currently the 2 seed in the AFC playoff. And they've scored at least 30 points in every home game they've had this season, despite their roller coaster offensive performance. It is all great Tommy. Mm-hmm. But that is not the story from yesterday.
What's the big story?
The story is no matter what the Dolphins do under this regime, they cannot beat the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Pretty sad.
What Miami did yesterday was their best ever performance by far of the Mike McDaniels head coach of the Dolphins era, right? Even better than the win they got in their first matchup 3 years ago. Tua looked fantastic.
Didn't he have the longest drive of his career?
97 yards.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It was after that interception that Josh threw. He only had 3 incompletions all day.
Yeah.
Their running game, Dolphins' running game, was cranking. And it was frustrating as hell as a Bills fan to watch them get chunk after chunk. Yeah. First down, 7, 12, 9, 12, right? And in the first half, on the opposite side of the ball, Miami's defense had the Bills shut down.
It was boring.
Yes, it was. But when that final horn sounded.
Oh, the big horn.
Didn't matter. The defense did their job when they needed to. Josh, of course, ends up getting his 3 touchdown passes.
But that one was cockamamie as hell.
They're all cockamamie.
No, that one where it just kind of, it almost looked like a volleyball game where it just kind of floats up there and he grabs it.
Quinn Morris is good for 1 touchdown catch every single season.
But that guy wasn't even looking at, when they showed it, he wasn't even looking at Josh. Mm-hmm. Josh just kind of, hey, good luck. I'm going to throw it over the fence. You deal with it.
You know what, though?
What?
He was looking when it mattered.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's 6, buddy. Mm-hmm. And once again, your Buffalo Bills have swept the Miami Dolphins. And in this season, have effectively ended their playoff hopes in Week 9. It is over for Miami. Miami has to part ways with Mike McDaniels, their head coach, this offseason.
So you think they're going to clean house?
Give me one reason to keep them around.
No, I'm saying you think like a lot of will be gone by next year?
They got a lot of bad contracts, so I don't know how many players you can get rid of.
Oh, so they're stuck.
Well, here's the thing. We said it on Friday. We'll say it again. In today's NFL, you can't do anything in the playoffs without winning your division. And if you can't beat the Bills, who own the AFC East, you will never win the division. So what is the point of running it back for another season over and over again when you're getting the same result?
So I know I don't like the guy, the coach, but what is he doing? What would somebody come in and do differently with the same pieces?
I'll explain, Tommy. I'm sorry.
Because that kid Tua shouldn't be playing.
Well, he had a great game.
And he's going to be. Yeah. He had a great game.
Great game yesterday.
But he's playing on borrowed time. He's going to get hit, and he's going to be finished.
But I honestly don't know if there's any coach in the NFL that would have kept him out or told him he couldn't come back.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if I put that on Mike McDaniel.
If somebody else comes in, you want that time bomb?
I think that NFL head coaching jobs are so rare. There's only 32 of them in the NFL. Someone will, and someone worthy will take that job. Right. Were you going to say something else, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to bring up the Tua thing. Like, I don't know if I put that on Mike McDaniel. I think that could be the situation in most teams, just because the NFL doesn't really have a specific rule to point to say, he can't come back.
I mean, and listen, if we're going to call it fair, let's call it fair. Josh Allen obviously had a concussion in that game against Houston, and it's not like Sean McDermott was like, we got to hold him out here. Yeah. Right? He said he cleared the concussion protocol. They sent him back out, right? But you asked, what would another coach do different?
Yeah.
That the Dolphins head coach could not. And you know what the difference in that game was yesterday, Tommy?
Coaching.
Aggression.
Oh.
Sean McDermott for not being an aggressive coach, as people like to complain, sure as hell put his balls out yesterday. That touchdown pass to Matt Collins from the fourth and 1?
Yeah.
Fourth down from the goal line, right? And then kicking a 61-yard field goal, a franchise record field goal with a kicker that no one outside of nobody had faith in that.
No.
Nobody believed that kick was going in.
I mean, McDermott was holding a pink slip, yelling at him. This is you, baby.
Tommy reminded me earlier, too. I forgot he also, just barely got it between the uprights, that other one where it kind of bounced
Doinked it in.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's what nobody's talking about this morning when it comes to the aggression of Sean McDermott. Because I know that kicking a field goal didn't seem like an aggressive thing to do. If Tyler Bass misses that field goal, Miami has the ball on the Bills' 49-yard line with 5 seconds left.
Right.
And you know the history the Bills have with Hail Marys.
Yeah, true.
McDermott making the decision to kick that field goal laid his balls on the line, and it paid off. Meanwhile, Coach Skateboard, he had a 4th and 2 from the Bills' 21 in the first quarter. And then he had a 4th and 4 from the Bills' 5 in the third quarter. He kicked field goals both times.
Okay.
He did get a touchdown on a fourth. They went for it on 4th down on their final drive. They scored a touchdown on that drive. If Miami gets a touchdown in one of the situations that they kicked a field goal, the Bills are forced to score a touchdown to win. Those 2 plays for Miami had everything going, and Coach Sunglasses wilted. He didn't have the balls. And in a nutshell, that's the reason why Miami never finds a way to get Buffalo. Never happens because they don't have the balls when Sean McDermott and his defense are staring them in the face to think that they have a play.
So he's a gambler.
I mean, I don't think it's so much a...
Well, it is a gamble,
You're talking
man,
about
but-
McDermott?
Yeah. I mean, he gambles.
He could be a gambler. He could also have a lot of faith in his boys.
I mean, because Miami's got really good players.
Sure.
Right?
But it's more than really good players. We've seen teams, Kimmy, in the past with the best rosters in the NFL fall on their faces.
The other thing that hurts him too is he likes to be flashy coach, which is fun and it works when your team's winning. But when you're creating these cute little T-shirts and then lose every time, it just makes it that much more embarrassing. You know?
Yeah.
And I think he's toned that down, obviously, this season, but it took him a while to get there.
He always looks like he's at the end of a Coke bender whenever he does an interview, right? His hair's all sweaty. Yeah. His sweatpants, for some reason, are pulled up to his shins.
I can't believe that guy played football. He does not look like a football player.
Well, he played at Yale.
But even those guys look like football players.
How many Yale football players?
He's frail.
Well, frail at Yale, yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the name, bro. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With the Bills getting another win over Miami, a walk-off franchise record field goal for Tyler Bass. Can we get a round of applause for Sean McDermott and this Bills coaching staff? Sean McDermott yesterday won a close game, which I heard earlier this season he never does. Dude was super aggressive, which I heard all earlier this season he never is. Dude put such a fear of God in the coach across the field from him that even though his QB was having arguably his best statistical game ever, he settled for 3 twice when he should have gone for it. And if Miami is smart, they fire McDaniels as soon as the season's over. But here's the thing.
What? So you think he's toast?
No.
But you think he's not?
I think he should be toast.
You think they're going to hold on to him?
I think Miami's stupid enough to do it. Here's what's going to happen. Mark my words. Right. Are you listening?
Yep. Ready.
Remember this moment. Miami's going to fire the GM. They're going to let Saved by the Bell come back for one more year after he misses the playoffs. Yeah. But that time it'll be too late for this team. Right? It'll be over. You have a chance to bring someone else in with these really talented pieces in Miami and see if you can make something with it. But if you do it 2 years from now, everybody's too old. Now, granted, I don't want this to happen. I don't want them to bring a new coach in to see what they can do with this.
So you think they just
roster.
die on the vine?
I do. Yes, this roster is far too talented to have the results that they've had. And I understand that 2 has been hurt this season, so maybe this season is an outlier. But the last 2 years, you couldn't win the division and you lost in the first round.
So basically, you've got 3 teams in your division that are horrible.
Yep.
Maybe the 3 worst teams in football.
Well, not Miami.
Jets. I'm saying the Jets, Miami now.
Yeah.
And because you also have a quarterback that's questionable, and then you've got New England.
Yeah. I mean, the Bills are in a very great spot right now.
Yeah.
Great spot.
It's a rocking chair.
Let's knock on wood here.
I know. Still a lot of season left to go.
Why do you not shut up?
That's not wood, by the way.
Shut up. There's definitely particle board in here.
Yeah, that's not wood.
Particle board is pieces of wood.
There's probably like pumpkin and stuff in it.
That's fun. Well, you knock on a pumpkin. It's even better luck. How about this?
What's that?
You ready?
What's that?
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
The Bills have a chance right now to be 9-2 when they hit their bye in 2 weeks. Worst case scenario, they're 7-4 with a 2-game lead in the AFC East, and that is absolute worst case scenario.
So basically, the playoffs are pretty much locked up unless they melt down. Because you haven't even played New England yet, right?
No,
You got New England
yeah, you
twice.
still have to play them again.
And they're horrible.
Well, yeah, but again, it's a divisional game. Things
And we
get
still have one
weird.
more Jets, right?
You got the Jets one more time at home. And who knows if Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams are even playing in that game. It's the second to last game of the season. I mean...
So it looks like it's almost a cakewalk in.
Hold on. Forgot. Why do you do this,
It's never
man?
a cakewalk.
So help
This
me
could
God.
be first ever
Cakewalk.
in.
Is this your bonus pick?
Yeah.
No, because we
Future bonus pick cakewalk in.
We talked last week about how the Bills had the opportunity to tie the fastest clinch of a division in NFL history. It had happened 4 times before, but the Bills needed to win up until their bye,
And the
they
Jets had
needed
to lose,
they
right?
needed every other team to lose out. The Jets won against Houston the other day, so that's not going to happen. So, but I agree with you, right? Like right now, it seems you're playing for seeding in the AFC, and you're sitting at 2 with a chance to face Kansas City heads up.
Ooh, look at that. At home.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we, you're not Kimmy.
I'm listening.
I'm trying to talk to someone
I'm
who
just-
knows
I'm trying to
football,
listen.
not a man.
I watched the whole game
who's
yesterday.
Wearing a ribbed turtleneck sweater under a shacket. What are you trying to sweat off some pounds this morning?
It's very comfortable.
Were you going to fight in the 1940s?
Look, you're wearing a hoodie and a hat.
Carmen
inside.
Basilio coming for you. Kimmy,
Yeah.
if we do hit worst case scenario, and the Bills are 7-4 with a 2-game lead in the AFC East, the Jets win their next 2.
Yeah.
Based on preseason expectations, are you still cool with worst case scenario 7-4 2-game AFC East lead?
What do you mean by am I still cool with that? Like am I not disappointed?
Based on what we thought this team would be going into the season.
No, because I think that they've now set the expectation. Like they're.
I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if I were to come to you in August
and say this is where we're at.
Yes, at the bye week, the
you
Bills are
mean
7-4.
December.
No, in August of last year.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, before the season started.
And you told me that they'd be at that point in the season.
But you wish you were talking to me now.
No,
Okay.
that's how much you suck. We're standing on the track. It's H. John Fisher, Kimmy.
Okay, all
and I
right.
look at you and I go, at the bye week, the Bills are going to be 7-4 with a 2-game lead in the AFC East. Would you have been thrilled with
I think
that?
I would have been happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tommy, would you have been?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
I mean, you want
didn't-
more. I mean, it's okay,
I
but
walked
it's not
into
like
the season.
thrilling.
You didn't walk into the season super worried about what this team was going to look like because we had no idea.
That's all he talked about all
We even
offseason,
said
and
we're
now-
like they lost a lot of their key pieces. How are they gonna replace those guys?
I mean, man, I would have said okay, but it's kind of an underwhelming thing. 7-4.
We're very spoiled as Bills fans with how good this team has been and how bad the AFC East has been because 7-4 with a 2-game lead is normally awesome.
Yeah.
Every other division, you are thrilled. Like, look at what's going on in the NFC North right now. Look at what's going on in the AFC South right now. Look at what's going on in the NFC West right now. Like, those teams are jammed up, son.
All right.
Jammed up. I mean, even last year with the Dolphins having a 4-game lead on the Bills at one point, right? That wasn't safe.
Yeah, it melted.
Bills came chopping back.
Yep.
So, yeah, man. I mean, 7-4 with a 2-game lead in the AFC East. That's really
It would
good.
also be nice to just see him run away with it.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on, man. Enough of this, chipping away, and I got to worry, and somebody's got to lose for you to get in the seating. It'd be nice to just have one rocking chair where you just waltz into the playoffs.
Kimmy, it's literally been every year for the past 5 except for last year.
No, but it gets
Well,
a
you're
little.
saying
It gets
like
a
get
little
into the
iffy.
playoffs where you're guaranteed home game, or
Right.
like you're saying like really
Lock it up
have a
like
good
Kansas City
spot.
gets it locked
Yeah.
up.
because like I think like
Like they don't even they don't make any airfare plans until the Super Bowl.
So then how do they get to their playoff? Oh, because they're at home.
yeah.
Except last year they weren't. They had to come to Buffalo.
Right, but when they lock
yeah,
it
except
up,
2 years before that they had to go to Cincinnati.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
Except that,
wouldn't want to be Kansas City,
except that they lost to Cincinnati in that game, by the way. And then last year they had to go to Baltimore to win the AFC Championship.
and they did.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
The Baltimore that we
A
can't.
lot of plane tickets for those trips, mister. I don't have to book airfare.
Give me a nice run. Don't you think you earned it? Jesus
No,
Christ,
you have
man.
to earn it with the run.
No, let him run. Run.
Baby, gotta let 'em
Run, God damn it.
I don't know
Run,
what I'm
Forrest.
talking about. I'm Tommy. Tommy made some picks, and based on how he's speaking, you can probably guess how they
Yeah.
went.
Total shaft.
You don't even remember what you
I
picked.
know.
I
thought
remember
you were
some of
excited
it.
walking in here this morning.
I remember nothing. A Muley post-game East Monday coming at you just after 7:45. We'll have Dan Fates from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham after 9 to get into this whole discussion. I also want to get into how emotional Josh Allen got when speaking about Tyler Bass yesterday. Did you see that audio or see that clip?
At the press conference.
Yes.
Well, I guess he loves the guy, right?
Okay,
Bass got emotional. It was an emotional locker room, it seems like, post-game.
Here's the thing. I'm ready for a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Oh.
The reason Tyler Bass has not lost his job yet is based on how emotional Josh got in talking about him yesterday.
So why are they so close?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just a knowing of how hard it is to make it in this league. Josh was also a guy that's been counted out over and over again.
Yeah.
Well, we got time. We'll get to all that here on a post-game Monday. We've also got your shot at $5,000.
$5,000, Josh.
It's easy. I don't think he needs it.
Oh, no.
Easy to win. You download the Odyssey app. It's free. You log in. You listen to WCMF at least an hour each day. That is your entry. One daily winner in this national contest will walk away with $5,000.
$5,000.
Go download the app. Good luck from your friends on CMF. There were a lot of people who thought this was a great idea until it personally affected them.
Oh.
In fact, we watched it happen in our eyes in this room because somebody got 2 tickets. Two tickets. But it turns out you are not alone, Thomas.
Yeah.
Because there is a story on 10 NBC over the weekend that has people furious. Because this isn't keeping people safe.
Shaftola.
It's a cash grab. It's a cash grab, Tommy. We'll get into the potential cash grab, and we'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Turns out that an issue Tommy is dealing with, and one he will probably continue to deal with, is something that has a ton of people in our area pissed off.
Wow.
And now there's an argument being made.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, this was never to keep people safe.
What was it?
To make money.
Oh, they making the money.
The problem, however, you do have to be careful in a situation like this.
Yes.
Because as we've seen with the man in this room, folks can be all for something until it hurts them. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. I know Halloween ended like 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
But we are on to Thanksgiving. And stores want your money.
Oh, yeah.
And are doing everything they can to get you to show up and buy your Thanksgiving meal at their store. And the fact that this store is offering this tells us a couple of things.
Oh, you get like a little side perk?
Oh, it ain't a side perk. It's all perk.
Oh.
The Thanksgiving dinner will only cost this much.
Damn.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, if you've been listening to the show the last 2 weeks, you know that Tommy's got a speeding issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
490 East, just past the Freddie Sue Bridge. There was some construction going on. And to keep people from speeding through the construction site, they put up one of those new speed cameras. There was a sign right there alerting folks as you come around the corner. The problem, however, folks assume the speed limit right after the bridge goes back from 40 to 55.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Because how fast were the 2 tickets you got, Tommy?
50. I was doing 51 and then 53 in the other.
Okay. And we also found out that you were popped in August, but you didn't get the tickets until October.
Right.
And you are
So they sat on it for a while.
and you're living in fear that you may have 7 more tickets
Bro,
coming.
I could have one every day.
Okay.
Because that's how I go home. Till now I changed my route.
Yikes. So you've changed your whole routine
I
because
can't
of
afford to
this.
go home.
Well, it turns out you're not the only one really upset.
I knew it, man.
Story on 10 NBC late last week says that hundreds of folks
Road rubes.
have been popped by this specific camera. And statewide, it's even more. This year, the state camera speeding construction program
Now, how much have they loaded up?
have issued 132,000 some odd tickets.
And figure.
I got it.
Well, the minimum pop is $50.
I got the number. You ready?
Okay.
They've collected
How much?
this year $5.1 million
No.
in
God
fines.
damn.
Holy
$5.1
crap.
million. Yolanda
Look at
Vega.
that.
That camera on 490 seems
He's
to
a
have
millionaire.
That camera on 490 seems to be causing the most controversy because 10 NBC in this story says they were flooded with emails about it. And you know how Berkeley Breen is, man.
He's on it.
He's going to get to the bottom of it.
He went to that camera's house.
There was a woman.
Knocked on its door.
You know what?
It didn't answer.
They got him on camera, though.
Oh.
A woman named Linda says she got popped, and she's starting to question what the cameras are for.
I thought it was a scam. I wasn't happy. I thought this is almost close to a money grab.
It's a money grab, Tommy.
So just to update people, when you get these tickets, you get 3 different pictures of your car, and your license plate is clear front and back.
You could probably see yourself in that photo.
Kinda, but it's more focused on because they don't care about the driver.
Right.
It's the car.
Whoever it's
and it
registered
just says this car is registered to you, so you owe us a set amount.
Okay, so the point you're making is?
So she's saying it's a scam. They have your car on the road. And
Now, to be fair to Linda, I think she meant I thought it was a scam when she got it in the mail, like somebody's trying to get money from her.
But that's your car. That's your license plate.
By the way, Linda's not the only one upset. There was another gentleman, and 10 NBC did 2 stories on this specific topic over the weekend. This gentleman. Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
No, it's just funny to me, too, because everybody that they've interviewed about this don't look like your typical jet-assing drivers.
They're a bunch of me's.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Let's see what this gentleman has to say.
So by the time I knew that there was a fire in the wastebasket, the building burned down. So, but I didn't know it was 40. You know, I thought it was 55.
Okay, so the expression he's using. Okay, like so he says he didn't know that he got 2 tickets in that area, 2 tickets, but he also reveals in the story he got a 3rd ticket at another speed construction camera.
Oh.
So like maybe not to be a jerk here, but if you've also done it in another spot, you're not the best guy to talk to about this. All right. Excuse me, I'm swallowing my own spit. Yeah. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy?
Yeah.
Are these construction cameras with all of the tickets they've been giving out statewide, especially on the Freddie Sue Bridge, are they there to keep people safe, or is this a money grab?
Well, it's obviously a money grab because I wasn't driving at an unsafe speed. I was speeding, but it wasn't like I was going to lose control of my car doing 51 on a 40.
You could.
So my belief is if there was that actual cop out there with the radar gun, I'm not getting a ticket.
So your belief is...
I'm not getting pulled over for doing 51 on a 40.
Your belief is that if you were in a construction zone with a cop running radar
shooting
and you
pictures.
were going 11 and 14 over, you would not have gotten a ticket.
No.
You're an idiot.
No. I've never gotten a ticket like that.
Because there's nowhere for them to run radar right there.
But I've been past cops shooting pictures, and I've never gotten a ticket.
Okay.
To my point.
So you're saying it's a money grab?
It's an obvious money grab.
Okay.
And they don't even alert you to it for months, even though I'm taking this road. Most people in this town drive basically the same routine every day. It's a small town, and we all drive the same way, basically.
No, look.
So they don't even tell you to correct yourself.
Man!
And that's by design, because they could have alerted me by text or email quickly. They have all my information.
Look, I agree with you. That's a flaw in the system here.
Yeah.
But I will ask Kimmy.
It's not a flaw in the system, bro.
Hold on. No, not bro.
Man.
Thank you.
Ain't no flaw. They know what they're doing.
Okay, but you are biased here. I turn to Kimmy.
Yeah.
And I ask you, Kimmy, the way this is set up, the way everything's been going, you heard Tommy's story, you heard Linda, you heard the other guy who had a waste paper basket fire for some reason. Are the construction cameras keeping people safe, or is it a money grab?
I'm just going based off of how I look at it now. Like, I am terrified to do anything over what the construction site speed limit is. So I guess you can argue that it's changed people's habits if they know this is going on.
That's an interesting take.
It's definitely changed my habit, especially in that area, knowing how many people have gotten tickets. Like, I don't care how slow, I don't care how much I'm holding people up. Like, I'm not chancing it.
What?
No, it's just weird. To Kimmy's point here, it's a money grab if you get popped.
Yes.
A toll for the folks not paying attention. Because last time I checked, we live in America.
Yeah.
And I thought in America, we take a little personal responsibility.
We do.
Now, look, I agree
But
with
give me a manageable speed.
Yeah?
To get home, not 40.
you. mean like the speed limit on that road
Well,
that's
and,
always
and
been?
I will
It
say
should
that
be higher. The construction limit should be 50.
No.
Not 40.
That
It's
area,
not.
Because it moves traffic along.
I do want to be clear. The construction speed limit is not 40. The speed limit on that road that you got hit is 40.
but that's right. But to his point, that is right where it changes.
Right.
So like it goes from 40 to 55 right in that bend.
Sure.
So I can understand
it's
why
after
that.
the bend.
Right, and you don't
Right, but
see
that
it till you come
specific
around the
little
corner.
area-
You're right. You don't see that it goes up to 55.
No,
so
I'm saying you don't even see the construction, the original sign and everything. You don't see that till you're on it, because you're coming around the
It's
bridge.
a tricky spot. It's a tricky spot.
It's not a tricky.
What
spot.
is it?
By design, buddy.
Oh, so you say it's a
Because
camera.
they could have warned me.
They could have with like two signs right before
Put a
the
sign on the
camera.
bridge. You got guys working on that bridge right now. They could have given me these. Tommy, slow down.
And then they
man.
fall off of the bridge.
They're not gonna fall.
They're
They got
up top.
They got wires.
25
Safety cables.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the
Road scam.
speed cameras. They were back in the news again. 10 NBC did two stories saying that thousands, hundreds, thousands, millions of people have gotten tickets on the Freddie Sue Bridge statewide. 132,000 tickets have been given this year. They've collected $5.1 million in fines. They talked to two people saying it's a money grab. Except one guy who said he got two tickets there also admitted he got another ticket and another construction thing. Okay, here's the thing. I agree with you. This sucks. I do feel
And
for
I'm
you.
not reckless driving.
You are. But you did F up. And it's kind of funny how folks that were totally for this when it first started have all of a sudden changed their tune only when it affected them. Because that is you.
Well, when it gets personal.
Exactly. Tommy, you made fun of that woman a year ago when we first found out about the construction cameras, who in Irondequoit said that the camera malfunctioned and gave her a ticket. And there is... the audio exists somewhere of Tommy going on for like a full 2 minutes. Stupid woman, you got to make sure construction workers are safe. And then you get a couple of tickets, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, it's a money grab.
Yeah, but I'm one of the.
I want to live.
I'm one of the good ones,
No,
man.
no kidding.
I'm very cautious when I drive. You know I'm a slow ass driver.
You're a slow ass everything.
Man, you're telling me I was coming around too fast. Me.
Yes.
So I drive fast.
For the speed limit in that area.
I'm a speeder, man.
Were you doing 51 and 53?
You call me the snail.
Where are you doing 51 and 53?
I have to talk to my lawyer.
So then, yes,
I
you were
plead the
driving too
fifth.
fast. You know who I'd love to hear from on this?
Who's that?
Construction workers. Because if they say it's BS, if they say it's a money grab, I'll listen to them. I will take those men and women at
Well,
their
they
word.
don't want reckless driving,
Okay,
obviously.
but that's what's so funny about this
What's that?
from Linda and the other guy and you. Because, like, if there were a group of construction workers, hard hats, orange vests, that walked in this room right now,
Right.
you would not be saying to them
What's that?
what you are saying to me.
That I'm not guilty.
Well, that it's all a scam and a money grab, that this is pointless.
Yeah, I think I would. And I think
really?
they would agree with me.
Really? So you think, tell me if you think this is, tell me what you think.
Elderly guy doing 50.
If there was no speed camera there, would people be doing 60 to 65 miles an hour when those people were feet from the road in that area?
I mean, probably, yeah.
Okay. In fact, you can make an argument, like Kimmy said before, that all the cash grab attention has made that area safer. And those people are just trying to make a living. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, veterans. Rochester wants to know why you hate veterans, Tommy.
Well, how about you just put
Answer the question!
a police officer there
Because where do you put them?
on the side of the road with a camera,
There's
where they
no
always go.
hole there.
You could put a cop on the side of the road with the camera. I'd slow down. Everybody would slow down. As soon as somebody sees a cop, everybody hits the brakes.
So what you're telling me is
We need a police officer.
So what you're
there.
telling me is
Not
you'll
some Philadelphia firm.
You'll slow down out of fear of your repercussions, but you won't slow down for the safety of men and women.
No,
Also,
but the
wouldn't
cop
ticket
will-
from
I'm
the
sorry.
cop wouldn't the ticket from the cop be more money?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, but it'd be actually a fair assessment.
You mean like going 11 or 13 over?
No, but the stupid camera, at least the cop is there.
I don't trust the camera. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the gas grab. It's a gas grab, I say.
I want to make it a fair fight.
It is a fair fight. It could not be more fair.
No, let the police catch me.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
I was just saying, Tommy's the exact reason why there are traffic cameras on those cars to begin with.
Why is that?
Because he's the ones flying through there. I'm a construction worker, so trust me, when you're standing on the side of that road, that 11 to 13 miles an hour, it makes a huge difference, dude.
I'm way on the far lane.
No, hold on. John just said he is a
Don't
constructor.
matter.
John, hold on one sec, buddy.
I got smooth jazz on. Who am I hurting?
I appreciate your call, John, because here's the thing, Tommy, you've been very passionate, saying it's no big
And
deal.
I drive slow.
No, I can see by the 2 tickets you got. John is a construction worker. John, you got a family, buddy?
Of course I do.
Can you please describe your family to me? Go ahead, John, if you wouldn't mind.
8 and a 6-year-old boy.
Wow. What are they doing? What are their hobbies, John?
Speeding.
Horseback riding, four-wheeling,
Look at that.
being kids.
Look at that, just being kids. And they love their dad, right, John?
Well, of course, he has a horse.
And John wants to grow up.
Everybody loves horse dads.
John, you want to grow up?
Yeah,
You want
just a horse.
to watch your kids grow up and spend time with them, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, go ahead and tell them why you should be able to do 11 and 13 over
I
where he's
think
working.
I'm a safe driver at 55.
At 55 and a 40?
Oh, no.
Well, to the other point, 11 to 13. If you ever looked at your tickets, if you look on that sheet, there's a box just for 11 to 13 miles an hour over a speed limit, dude.
Yeah, I know. I got the ticket.
Ask me how I know. Yeah, I know too. Mine wasn't in a construction zone.
You know why? Because he respects his fellow man. Except the other guy, people driving around when he's speeding. Those people can F off. John, stay safe out there, buddy. Thanks for the call.
All right, have a good one, guys.
All right, take care. Huh.
What?
Just say it's nice to hear about his family.
He also speeds.
Yeah, sure. Not through construction zone.
Yeah, but he speeds.
Because he got 11 to 14 over, like he said, right? Like
No, you can't yell at me for speed when you also said speed.
Well, no, I'm
but
just
not
saying,
through a construction zone.
And if he is speeding at 11 to 13, that means you were also speeding.
I know, but it's so low. It's such a low ticket.
Oh, I thought you meant the care you had for John and his family.
I care about John. At 50 miles an hour.
But I got to get home to nothing. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in again. We're talking about the construction cameras. Tommy's gotten 2 tickets. Story 2 of them over the weekend from Tennessee. Getting to the bottom of this potential cash grab, according to the people.
And by the way,
that
they
got
go
them.
up every ticket.
Yeah.
So it started at 50. The next one was 75. I ain't got 75. Jesus.
I'd like to read you a Facebook message. By the way, you mentioned this a little bit. If you're just joining us for the first time talking about Tommy and his tickets here, after the second ticket you received in the mail, you said you are boycotting the highway.
Yes. I'm done with the interstate.
Yes, you're
done.
You're not taking back roads home. Bryce writes us, does Tommy realize he's not hurting anyone by boycotting the highway but himself? He still has to pay for it. It's less wear and tear on the road with one less car, and it's making the area safer for construction workers. I applaud Tommy stupidly boycotting 490 because it's making everyone else's life safer and easier.
Oh, okay.
But look, we're a fair show here, man. I'm sorry, Kimmy, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, because, I mean, eventually there's going to be construction on your new route home. So what are you going to do? Pick
I'll
another
switch-
way to get home?
I'll switch around
You're just going
again.
to keep switching it up?
I'm boycotting roads. I'm skipping home.
It may take me 4 hours to get home in the afternoon. I don't know.
Look, there are people that feel the way you do. You heard from on 10 NBC, and then you got Jimmy. He's on your side. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, it is about the money because those things are set. Even if you do 1 mile an hour over, you'll get a ticket. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you look at where that thing is, where they get your pictures, just before the signs where it says 55. In my opinion, yeah, I haven't gotten a ticket in like 30-some-odd years. I've had one speeding ticket my whole life. But I'm telling you, I believe it is about the money. Those signs that have a picture of a camera that says, it's just before that, there's not much of a warning. I agree. It does look like, to me, it looks like it's all about money. They just mail it out. And to your question about, you mentioned there's no place to put a police car. I saw 2 of them over there one day when I went through, right before the cameras.
Cars were banging.
Well, no, it was on the lane. It was closed for construction. They were in. But I mean, this is all about money. I don't care what you say. If they really cared, I've done construction work. The people that are getting killed by speeding cars, they're doing 20, 30, 50 miles and over.
It's not what I just heard from Johnny, who just called this man. His 2 beautiful boys, one horseback ride, running ATVs.
Yeah.
Butterfly kisses.
Listen,
bedtime prayer.
It's one
Put
thing.
little white flowers all up in his hair.
Why are you putting flowers in
I don't know.
boys' hair?
It's a girl song, but he's got boys. But it's the same stuff.
Yeah, but they sound pretty like manly boys.
I'm sorry, Jimmy, you were saying.
Well, all I'm saying is if you're doing like 41 and a 40, you're going to get a ticket. No cop would ever do that to you.
Right.
If they did have radar, they're not going to. It is all about the money.
All right,
That's
Jimmy.
how I see it.
It's all about the money. Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Jimmy. Based on everything you've ever said about Jimmy, sounds like you're pretty excited to have him in your corner.
Jimmy's on my side.
He is. He is on
I
your
am
side.
Jimmy.
You guys are on one team.
Team Jimmy.
Team Jimmy. One of these days, we're going to ask where he's from. I'm calling Newfoundland, Canada.
I thought he told us. Didn't he tell us
He's
he's
from
Canadian?
Rochester.
No, we would have remembered that. No, that accent is not Rochester.
That's not an accent.
It's an accent. No, because it's
Maybe
not
I'm
just
thinking of somebody else.
Losing the R's is one thing. There's other words he says that's got a Newfie accent.
Oh, I just know people that talk like that.
Yeah,
But they're
no.
from here.
No, okay.
And all over.
One of these days, we'll find out.
I mean, there's even like Southern Jimmys.
What does that sound like?
Oh, well, with grits. I love grits. Never had cheese grits?
Let's take a break. $20. Why am I joking about
Well, because you don't know how to eat cheese grits. Grits are delicious.
$20?
What about it?
What if I told you your entire Thanksgiving dinner is done for $20?
That's crap, man. What kind of chintz ass meat you serving me for $20 lousy?
Not according to this
Does turkey
store.
do time?
But we're not just talking turkey. We're talking soup to nuts.
There's no way. Wait, you're saying
Whole plate.
the whole
Everything.
No,
And that's not per person.
Yeah.
That's
you're
your
saying
entire
the
meal.
that's crazy.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you all about it. And it's interesting who is doing this, right? Because other stores have followed suit.
Yeah.
And one, it's amazing now all of a sudden this happens. But
Mm.
two, do you trust somebody making a meal out of what they're selling you for $20?
Yeah.
We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know what's amazing, Tommy?
What's that?
These stores said they had no choice but to raise prices. And all of a sudden, the prices are coming down when people started shopping other places.
Okay, yeah.
But this is ridiculous.
What happened?
Not like, ooh, this is exciting, I can't believe it, ridiculous. More like, why you lie so hard, Target?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it is a victory Monday here in the break room.
Oh, boy.
Tommy made his picks on Friday.
Bro, I got so toasted. It's not even fair.
We'll get to a Muley post-game excuse Monday just after 7:45 on a post-game Monday here in the break room on CMF. Halloween is over. We are on to Thanksgiving.
Let's do it.
And there are literally 40 different places in the greater Rochester area you can go shopping to get the stuff you need to cook Thanksgiving dinner.
And every joint seems to have deals.
Yes, deals. But Target is advertising what seems to be the best deal.
What they got?
Because they are trying to lure us all in with a $20 Thanksgiving meal.
I kind of forget Target sells food.
They got a whole food section.
Yeah.
I know, but I
they got a
never
whole
think of them
grocery
as like a
section.
grocery store.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about them now.
I hear you, buddy.
And by the way, when
Give
we
me a Target turkey.
when we say $20 Thanksgiving meal, we don't mean $20 per person. Target says they will sell you a package
Yeah.
to make Thanksgiving dinner for 4 people for $20.
Man, what kind of chintz-ass turkey dinner you get?
I got it right here. You ready?
All right.
You get a 10-pound frozen turkey, 5 pounds of potatoes, 14 ounces of green beans, probably a can of cream of mushroom soup, can of cranberry sauce, stuffing mix, and a jar of turkey gravy for $20.
Well, how much is the turkey?
It's the most expensive thing out of all of them, I would
Would
say.
have to be, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, you still get potatoes, green beans, cream mushroom soup, cranberry sauce, beans, greens, tomatoes, potatoes, turkey, stuffing, turkey, stuffing. So first off,
Yeah.
as you go down the list of your $20 for 4 Thanksgiving, does not include drinks.
No booze.
No, but even like soda or anything, that's not in there.
No dessert.
No dessert in there either. But past that,
Yeah.
there is no way, with them using standard serving sizes, that meal will feed 4 people.
Yeah,
on
you're getting
Thanksgiving.
say again, you're getting a can of...
You get 10-pound frozen turkey, 5 pounds of potatoes, 14 ounces of green beans, can of cream mushroom soup, can of cranberry sauce, stuffing mix, and a jar of turkey gravy.
So it kind of works out like you're kind of getting what, maybe 1 or 2 servings per person?
No,
I think
you're
it's
getting
one-
a
one-
serving.
You're getting
one
a serving.
serving.
And by the way,
Which is like a measured serving. Yeah.
Like your old man
Yeah.
ain't coming over.
Oh, no, that whole thing
Because we're
is-
already down $35.
By the way, Target even touts in their ad, if you are cooking for more than 4 people,
Yeah.
just double or triple your $20 package and you're good for the whole extended family. Could you imagine how pissed off you would be if you showed up for Thanksgiving dinner and this gets laid out in front of you?
No seconds. You ain't getting any midnight sandwich.
You're not even getting a full meal, like what you would consider a full meal. Most people.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
no. In your head, what should the person cooking Thanksgiving dinner be spending when they're having people over? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The folks that cook for the family, what do you usually spend on Thanksgiving? And I guess it's kind of a tough question to ask because Thanksgiving does have a potluck element to it. So you
Right.
don't have to make everything.
Yeah, some
Right.
people bring stuff
But
over.
if you're
absolutely
providing
right.
like the basics, like turkey, stuffing,
Okay, so let's say if you're cooking, you're probably
Yeah.
doing turkey stuffing, gravy, potatoes, cranberry sauce, and a casserole. Is that fair? Like one
yeah.
side casserole? Maybe
Yeah.
we could lose the casserole. But you're definitely doing turkey, gravy, potatoes, stuffing, and cranberry sauce.
But that's all you're doing. Like, so there's no apps. There's no anything.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just going to walk in, eat a plate of food, and I'll get out of my house.
Okay, so then what? 252-WCMF, as I see you guys trying to get in there. What do you have to spend as a host to make sure everybody gets their fill on Thanksgiving?
I think you got to step up. Because you're basically throwing a party.
Give me a number for 4 people.
For 4 people? No, I'm just a dinner, or am I saying everything?
Well, I mean, whatever you think a person should be on the hook for. I just give me, if you're walking in the door, if it's per 4, based on the $20 we have here, what should you be spending per 4 people?
I'm thinking closer to a bill.
$100 for 4 people.
Hey, I'm saying apps, booze, everything.
So you think the host should provide all of it?
Well, if you're going to do it right.
Okay.
I hate having to bring stuff over to other people's houses.
Bro, that's what Thanksgiving is.
No, but I just want to,
Okay.
like, so like when I go to your house, like your wife doesn't want, because your wife does everything. Like she had everything laid out.
She wants to, yeah.
And my wife does the same thing. And then people bring stuff we never eat.
But for Thanksgiving, it's different. Everybody wants to contribute to Thanksgiving. I think it's inappropriate to ask the cook. I mean, I know you don't care. You have no soul. Yeah. And you're not going to eat any of it anyway. Ooh, stuffing. What's it? Got carbs in here? Can I see the carb count?
No, but I like a nice shrimp cocktail. You gotta have shrimp cocktail.
Well, you're bringing the shrimp if you want shrimp cocktail.
Look at Charlie Chintz.
I'm not.
Now you are Charlie Chinsola.
Bro, I'm not cooking all this stuff and buying
I'm going
shrimp.
to some doctor's house. There better be shrimp cocktail. There better be the cheese and salami board.
Kimmy, is it inappropriate to ask guests to bring drinks and desserts to your Thanksgiving?
I think people kind of automatically do that. I think it's good to tell people what to bring, only because like they're gonna feel obligated to bring something, so you might as well coordinate it.
And you don't get doubled up.
Yeah, so you don't have like 10 pies, like all the same pies. Yeah.
It's like 2 people that got that.
So I'm saying $100 for 4 would be a hell of a nice. Would be a nice spread.
Good spread.
Kimmy, what does the host per 4 people have to spend?
I mean, yeah, I would think it. And we're talking. You're covering the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think about at least $20 a person.
So $80. Okay.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. I do want to be fair to everybody. Again, we're talking about this Target $20 feeds for Thanksgiving meal. Margot says we're missing the point of everything.
Oh, Margot.
She's on CMF. Hello, Margot.
Okay, unless I missed something, I think you guys are missing the real crime here.
Okay.
There's no stuffing on that list.
No, there is stuffing. There is a box of stuffing. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was talking awfully fast, Margo.
Little stovetop.
Oh, there is one box of stovetop. Okay, because my stuffing costs $15 just to make the stuffing.
Do you make it yourself?
She goes high end.
I do.
What costs $15 for stuffing?
Do you put like turkey in it and stuff too?
No, you need Granny Smith apples. You need bone broth, which is $5. You need celery. You need onions. You need Granny Smith apples. And if you want to go all the way, you have pecans.
But no sausage. See, I'm out. I'm out without the sausage and the stuffing.
I mean, it sounds delicious, though, with the apples.
I could get sausage around it, but it's my mom's recipe, so that would kind of be like sacrilege.
Understood. So, Margo, let me ask you a question. You said you cook Thanksgiving?
I do every year.
All right. What do you spend? What do you spend per 4 people? Do you think?
It's 5 people right now because we've had some losses in the family. But I would say probably if you include drinks, everything. It's at least $25 a person. I mean, I go
and
all
it's
out.
with booze.
All right, so that hit your mark, Tommy. $25 per person.
Yeah, not including booze.
Okay, not including booze. And you know how a woman named Margo, she's getting after it.
She boozes up.
She had it all.
Just like Bogey and
Bacall.
Margo.
Key Largo, Margo.
Oh, by the way, Margo, I do want to say I'm having a little bit of nostalgia here.
What's that?
When I was in 7th grade, there was this girl that moved down the street.
Yeah.
And single mom, right? Her name was Margo.
Wait, the mom was?
No, the kid was.
You've never met another one since until me.
I have not, but also she was like the hottest chick that I had ever seen.
You had a rail for Margo.
I was in love with Margo, and I think something happened in her family because one day she was just gone, and I never found out what happened.
Never saw her again.
You looked at her too much, creep.
Okay, well, that sentiment holds true, okay?
All right. Well, Margo, I was hoping you were my Margo.
That was
but
maybe
not.
your long-lost
All right.
Margo.
Well, Margo, it was great to talk to you.
I grew up in California.
All right, well, then you're doing nothing for me, Margo.
West Coast Margo.
West Coast Margo.
That's because I'm married.
Margo, thanks for the call. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. And sorry about everyone dying.
You didn't have to bring that up.
That.
We lost some people on the way, so there's going to be a prayer before this meal.
We had it all.
Except for one.
The guest that gets stuck with the dessert is the least lucky guest.
Oh no, I disagree.
Why?
Because most of the time, I mean, you're just stopping at like a local market or something to buy a pie, or what? I guess it depends on what you're looking at for dessert. But I always thought like a pie was a standard.
But that crap is expensive.
Yeah, but
all pies cost $90 now.
It's insane.
But you don't have to make it.
True.
I don't know a lot of people that make homemade pies.
No, but I mean, like if I make something, in all reality, I can make a casserole that feeds 8 people for $10, $15, right? Right now, fun fact, pies and gold are about the same price per ounce.
But I also think
and Costco sells both of them.
And Margo, it might be an example of this too, but like I think people are picky about their sides because depending on whose recipe you're following, like people have certain expectations for that stuffing or whatever. So I think like the dessert, there's less pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you don't get weird with your sides, like you start putting in stuff that people aren't familiar with.
Can you give me an example?
So I know some people that put, and this is going to sound gross, oysters in their stuffing.
Really?
Yes.
That has to be expensive.
It's expensive and it doesn't taste good.
No, I don't know.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God, I've
I
never
think it's a
heard of
New
that.
England thing.
Okay. Well, they're all weird. Again, 252-WCMF. We're talking about Target. They're trying to sell you the cheapest Thanksgiving in America. A family of 4 for $20. $20.
$20.
We'll get a 10-pound frozen turkey, 5 pounds of potatoes, 14 ounces of green beans, can of cream of mushroom soup, can of cranberry sauce stuffing mix, and a jar of turkey gravy. We got Facebook messages coming in. We're appalled by this idea. Appalled. But Rick is on board.
Oh.
He writes us. You could do Thanksgiving for 4 easy on $20 as long as everyone doesn't eat like a pig and stuff themselves.
Well,
don't embarrass yourself,
luck.
and $20 is fine.
So it's portion control. So you're going to have to stick to the portions like that are on that
and
can.
trust that everybody knows how much that is.
Like you have let's say you have a 16-ounce can of whatever.
Yeah.
And you have to cut that 4 ways. Wait till you see what that looks like on your plate. Nothing's going to touch.
The point of the holiday, Rick,
is gorge.
Thank you. It's a holiday of gluttony.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed if I walk away from a Thanksgiving without any leftovers.
Forget leftovers. I want to eat
like
until I hurt.
You're
you wanna be
cooking to
uncomfortable.
have leftovers, right? Because then you pass it all out. Everybody divides up the leftovers, and you go home and you have lunch the next day.
But you also eat something for that 4 o'clock or the 8 o'clock game. You got chow laying.
Sandwiches, stuff to make for breakfast the next morning.
Oh yeah, stuff it in eggs.
You know what bothers me the most here?
What's that?
All these stores, because Target isn't the only one doing this.
Yeah, they all have them.
Yeah, right. They're running these Thanksgiving specials. Look how cheap all this stuff is, right? They were saying for years, Tommy, that like the prices went up and it was out of their hands. It was out of their hands.
Yeah.
So what can we do? What can
Supply
we do
chain.
here? Yeah. What happened?
I don't know.
What happened? Discount places moved in. Stores opened up and found a way to offer lower prices.
Competition.
It is amazing how all of the sudden these places, we have no choice. They've managed to lower their prices to before what we were paying.
Yes.
It's almost as if, and stay with me here.
What do you think?
Maybe we didn't have to pay more in the first place.
Oh.
You lying dicks. Lying dicks.
But they were gouging us.
I mean, look, how is this not proof of gouging? Oh, yeah, sorry, this turkey's $40. You know what? Turns out it's all $20 now.
Oh, okay.
All of it's $20. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take one more call. I am ashamed of you men listening because we've got nothing but women that are cooking
women
Thanksgiving.
do the lion's share of these holidays.
I don't know, man.
Shopping for it is probably
shopping, the prepping, how it's going to be laid out. I have no say.
We'll talk to Mary. She'll wrap it up. We had asked the amount you are spending for 4 people. It's not 20.
Is this grungy ass Mary?
No, it's a new Mary.
Oh, yeah, new Mary.
Same as the old Mary. Hey, Mary, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Yo.
You guys are lowballing Thanksgiving at $100 for 4 people.
Whoa, what are you spending, Mary?
About $200.
Say that again?
$200.
Wait, for 4 people.
He puts
for
up
4
5
people, start to finish.
Okay, you're $50 a plate? What are you serving, Mary?
She's got to go. She's going tenderloin.
Bald eagle eggs.
Start off with, I make turkey, but I start off with appetizers, cocktails, and my stuffing costs about $25 to make.
What's in it?
What you have to do, pardon me?
What's in it?
2 rolls of sausage, and I like leftovers.
The third
so
one
I'm
goes
doing
in her.
the full leftover thing.
For God's
Well, man, you better be getting laid doing all this work.
All right, so Mary,
Yes.
first question, can we come?
How many people?
3 people. We'll be really funny and
That's a
charming.
no.
Only one of us has been arrested at going to a listener's Thanksgiving one
Yes,
time.
that's true.
That's all right.
Mary, so do the people that go to your Thanksgiving appreciate the work
They
and money that
better.
you put in?
Well, this is just my family, so they probably don't appreciate it.
That would piss me off if I'm spending that kind of money and it's a given.
Mary, you got an old man? You married?
Yes, I am.
Does he appreciate what you do?
Oh, he takes care of business.
He definitely does.
He does the Hail Mary
Definitely
every
does.
day.
She does the stuffing in the morning. He does the stuffing at night.
Oh!
Mary, have a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for the call. I
You
appreciate
guys
it.
too. Bye-bye.
All right,
Mary
bye-bye.
full of fingers.
We got it like the first sausage joke. You didn't have to take it that far.
I just make it more biblical.
How about we all just pretend like we're shocked by the first thing he
I
says so
know.
we don't end up where we were at the end? Whoa, sausage! Oh, man, that's crazy. Tommy's a king. 4 times.
Wait, 4 people?
4 people. He always puts up one more finger
Well,
than necessary.
I like to add an extra finger just in case. Ask your mama. She enjoys that.
You
show.
can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Tickets to see Theory of a Dead Man Unplugged with Corey Marks at Del Lago Resort and Casino at the Vine Showroom November 8th. Tickets are... You must be at least 21 years of age to attend the show at the Vine. Tickets are on sale right now at Del Lago Resort. Log on, WCMF.com. Good luck. It is a victory postgame Monday.
Yeah.
Bills did it again to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy did it again to himself.
Unreal.
We get into it next here on a postgame Monday on CMF.
Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Kick by Bass is long enough, and it is good! Bombs away for Tyler Bass, who bombs it from 61! It's a career best for the Bills kicker. Unbelievable!
A man who had lost his job in the third quarter with a mixed extra point and a doinkaroo hits the longest field goal in franchise history to beat the Dolphins yesterday. Oh, my God, it feels so good.
It was an amazing game.
Yeah, hell yeah, it was. Hell yeah, it was. And once again, the Buffalo Bills come out victorious over the Miami Dolphins, 30-27 at home. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. That win felt great. Why are you making a face?
Because that nap they took in the first half.
Oh, you mean the one that has happened several times this year?
How about we fix that?
Oh. So, hey, Kimmy, right? Sean McDermott, tell him.
The first half.
Okay,
Got it.
great,
Well, what do you do? What do you train them?
What do you do? What do you do? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to recap your picks for Friday. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it now.
That first half blew butt.
Kimmy, go ahead and hit the button so we can do it. Right now.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Excuse post-game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick from Friday from Tommy here on CMF. Over under 1/2 a touchdown for Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
That kid's had a lot of problems. On and off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And some of it out of his hands. I mean, the house burning down.
Sure.
These problems over here.
Great.
They're trying to get to the stadium.
Okay.
His quarterback has got issues.
Okay.
It's not good, Pat.
All right.
It's not good. It ain't happening.
So you're saying you don't think he's going to get a touchdown?
McDermott's going to just wall this kid in.
You could also make the argument he's due.
That is a legitimate, but he ain't.
And that's the argument you love to make. He's due.
But he old. He's also old.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
and that team is banged up. And Tua ain't the same Tua coming to town.
Tua says he's healthy. He says
of
he's
course
healthy.
He said he was ready to play when he was doing jazz hands out there.
So to be clear, you are under 1/2 a touchdown.
I'm under
for Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Let's check on Tyreek Hill yesterday. 4 catches, 80 yards.
Yeah, you had a good run there.
Whatever you just said. No touchdowns.
I know.
That has to be the best game Hill has ever played statistically
Yeah, he
against
was
the Bills.
definitely present in that game. Yeah.
It was a weird day because Tua played great.
Yeah.
He only missed on 3 passes all day long. Miami passed the ball well, they ran the ball well, and they still ended up losing that game. And we were throwing out theories this morning as to why this version of the Dolphins can't beat Buffalo. It may be as simple as this.
What's that?
The difference between winning and losing in this league is a QB that can get you a play when you need it. Because Josh does it. You need a play. Josh goes and gets that play 3 or 4 times a game. Tua had his best game ever against the Bills. Mm-hmm. Did you remember a single throw yesterday that made you say, wow?
No.
Kimmy?
No.
The one thing I remember was when he lunged for that first down. And we're like, no, don't touch him. Like, even as a Bills fan, I'm like, oh, my God, don't hit him. Just let him go.
But, like, there isn't a moment that in that great game Tua had yesterday, there isn't a moment from that game.
I mean, not a lot of craziness. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, Josh will he'll make his mistakes, but he's going to get you a play. Tua can't do it.
Well, he made those 2 amazing runs that got called back.
Josh, you're talking about. Yeah. Don't even get me started about it. I don't like to be a guy that complains about the refs. See, I don't know why you were so upset. You're up. It's 1-0. Well, you got that going for you. Stop the count.
Okay.
Let's get to our second pick for a currently undefeated Tommy Muley here on CMF. Over under 299 yards passing for Josh Allen.
Pat, would you say that the weather on Sunday is almost perfect football weather?
Yeah, I would agree, yes.
It's going to be
close.
Dry.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool. Not too much wind.
Yes.
But all the elements are there for Josh to do what Josh does.
Yeah. Okay. Let's not consider any of the
I heard all your.
You're
telling me what happened over here and over there.
Yeah, the last time they played this exact team.
Yeah, but they played it in Miami.
Okay.
This is perfect weather at home. Everybody's jacked to see Josh do his thing. He's going to do his thing.
So?
Yeah. He's gonna get 300 yards.
Okay.
And I don't care about James Cook and Davis over here and this guy over there.
Davis. You should. No, you should. So to be clear, you are over 299 yards passing for Josh Allen. Okay. Josh Allen yesterday, 25 of 39, 3 touchdown passes, 235 yards.
He should have had more, man. If he would have not gone stale in that first half, I mean, it was ripe for the day for 400 yards.
Look, it was another slow start for the Bills' offense.
Slow? He was backwards.
Picked it up.
And they can be forgiven for what happened yesterday. First of all, Amari Cooper, late scratch with a wrist injury.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when I said I was a little bit worried about trading a third-round pick for a 30-year-old wide receiver?
His wrist was wrapped on the sidelines, too.
But despite that, they found their groove in the second half. Also, you brought up that phantom holding penalty on Josh's run and touchdown pass, right? Like, he could have had 5 touchdowns yesterday if it wasn't for that.
He got the shaft, man.
He did. But if he ran that touchdown in, that doesn't count for passing yards.
I know.
And even with the passing yards not called back, still doesn't hit 300.
I bet you he was close.
He would need 65 more yards. They were red zone
He had
plays.
it in him.
Okay. Say Muley postgame excuse Monday. You're 1-1 right now, buddy. How do you know you're not going to finish this strong?
I know.
Third pick. Tommy on Friday, CMF. Over under 15 yards rushing for Tua.
I mean, that's a very small amount of yardage. That could just happen in a broken play, correct?
It can, but, I mean, there could be, look, we've seen Josh stop running.
Yeah.
There are plays where, earlier in the season, there are plays where he could have taken off and he didn't do it. There could be a mandate like, look, if you're going to go, you're going to stay put.
But they could be in desperation by at a point in the game where he feels like he's got to do something.
And that's what scares me the most about that.
So
Because that's how he got hurt against Damar Hamlin. He was in desperation.
Yeah.
They were down big.
And I think that's what's going to happen. So I'm going to take the over.
You taking over 15 yards
I think
rushing.
the kid's going to get desperate and he's going to try to run, and it's going to be not good.
Okay.
I don't think he moved at all, did he?
Let's see. He had 2 carries yesterday for 3 yards.
Jesus. Freaking yards.
Well, here's the thing.
I thought he had more than that, honestly.
I don't know.
You got the whole slide?
A couple times.
That slide could have been more yards.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll give you 1 more yard. Still miss. No, I mean, look, he didn't need to take off running. He was throwing the ball well.
He's pretty well protected.
Well, look, he wasn't. It's not that he was well protected. That ball came out fast
Yeah,
every
it did.
play
It
on
really
purpose. But to Kimmy's point about what she made earlier, everyone's heart stopped on that 4th down play.
And he lunged forward. It wasn't like he slid. He literally dove head first.
I mean, if you go back and look at the Bills players, too, you could tell there was a hesitation.
Yeah, I think there definitely
hands
was.
up when he was going forward. All right, so that's all. Well, you still got 2 picks to go. You're 1 and 2. Well, you could end up positive here. You could.
Okay.
Let's get to our 4th pick from Tommy. Friday here on CMF. Do they win? It is by 6 or more.
Okay. I think that the Bills win.
And
they cover.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. And that's it. Now you're done?
Well, I mean, what are you asking me beyond that?
I'm not asking you a thing. I'm not asking you a thing.
We're asking if you're done with your pick is what we're asking.
I mean, I see this being a hell of a game, Pat. A hell of a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
I'm thinking big things for the Bills, baby.
God,
0-5 against the spread. 0-5 against the spread.
0-5 against
when
the
they are
spread.
favored by 4 or more since 2020. Okay, just say it, stupid. Just say it. Will you just say it?
I'm talking about a Ryan Dubby Miami Rice blowout.
No, Miami Vice. We've
No,
been
I like
over
mine
this.
better. I like the starch.
I love how you're dyslexic and you said it by accident once the wrong way, so now you're all in on it. That's great. This is fun for everybody. Let's see here. Bills.
But they got the win.
But they got the win. But they were 5. They had 5.5 points to cover. 30-27. 5. Yeah, that's a no.
Carry the 2.
That's a no. I gave you the most valuable information anyone could have given you.
What's up?
Since 2020, the Bills were 0-5 against the spread.
That don't mean nothing.
When favored by 4 or more against the Dolphins. That is home and away. It happened again. And that is insane. That statistically, when the bigger the favorite the Bills are, the better chance they have for it to be a 1-possession game. They are 0-6, the Bills, against the spread when they play the Dolphins when they're favored by 4 or more.
Well, you didn't bring it up enough.
I brought it up 7
You didn't
different
really
times.
sell me on it.
7
You're
different
a lousy
times.
salesman.
So look, if you want to make $1 million next year, when that line comes out, first Bills-Dolphins game, if it's 4 or more, take the Dolphins to cover. Write it down now. Put it in your calendar. And if it doesn't work, then you didn't hear it here. All right. Well, look, you can still go 2 and 3, which I mean would be a pretty good one. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So let's get to Tommy's bonus pick from Friday here on CMF.
But not so fast. Upset buddy.
God, I hate you so
Why? What's the matter?
Shut up. Shut up and just
What
do
are you
your
doing?
stupid...
What is this?
I don't know. You look like you're
I'm
trying.
trying not to punch you. I want to
Is that
punch
how
you
you
so
punch?
hard.
I know a buddy
that
that can teach you to punch
Really?
better.
Why don't you come over here? Why don't you come over here? I'll show you how I punch. How about that?
You have him flustered this morning.
Flustered is not the word.
I'm so mad right now.
What's your stupid ass bonus pick?
Okay, my
He doesn't
bonus
even have one.
pick.
He doesn't even
Yes,
have
I
one.
do.
Oh, do you? What?
So I say somebody in the Bills offense will get Offensive Player of the Week.
So there will be a Buffalo Bill that is
That will
AFC.
be such an AFC
Okay.
Player of the Week because they're going to have
Offensive.
such an outstanding performance. I don't know who.
Has anybody gotten it yet this year?
Josh had it.
Josh got it, and
early.
James Cook got it.
Okay.
Josh got it
All
for
right.
his Week 1 performance. I believe James Cook. No, Josh and James Cook.
Okay, they both had it though.
Okay, so this is a TBD,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Jury's still
because so here's the thing. Josh had 3 touchdowns and 260 something yards, but that was just a typical Josh game. Ray Davis had made a hell of a play, but it was just a play. Cook 10 for 44 on the ground. No wide receiver did anything spectacular. Kansas City does play Tampa Bay tonight, so there's a potential there. But I will tell you who's going to win the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
It's a Buffalo Bill.
No, it's not.
Because the biggest. Who do you think?
Kimmy, because you nodded your head.
Oh, I thought
Who?
you were going to say it was going to be if it was going to be anybody,
Tyler
it'd
Bass.
be Tyler Bass.
It's the best story of the week.
You're right. That would be a great play if he played offense. He's going to win Special Teams Player of the Week.
Oh, did he specifically say offense?
Yeah, he said Offensive Player of the Week.
Oh, you're
Same
right. You're
thing.
right.
He plays on the
There are
offense.
he plays special teams, man. I've never seen him take a snap. I've never seen him throw the ball. I've never seen him catch anything. Never
He
seen
puts
him
points
rush
on the
for
board
a yard.
for the offense.
So does the
I
defense.
thought he
a
just said
shaft.
player of the week. Did he say?
No, he said
Oh, okay.
offensive player
Well,
of
I
the
may
week.
just said player of the week.
You want to run it back? Let's go.
You wanna do it
Run
again?
it back, because I ain't gonna let you live with this one.
Look at you trying to.
You
You're
douchebag.
trying to
But
jip
not
me
so
out.
fast.
You're jipping me.
Listen for it,
buddy.
Listen for it. God, I hate you so
Why? What's the matter?
Shut up. Why would I be so vindictive?
What are you doing? What is this?
I don't know.
Trying
You
not
look
to
like you're
punch you.
trying.
I'm trying not to punch you. I want to
Is that
punch
how
you
you
so
punch?
hard.
I know a
wanna
buddy
punch
that
you
can teach you to punch
Really? Why don't you
better.
come over here? Why don't you come over here? I'll show you how I punch. How about that?
You have him flustered this morning.
Flustered is not the word.
I'm so mad right now.
What's your stupid ass bonus pick?
Okay, my
He doesn't
bonus
even have
pick.
one. He doesn't even
Yes,
have
I
one.
do.
Oh, do you? What?
So I say somebody
Okay.
in the Bills offense will get Offensive Player of the
You
Week.
said
you
offense
did.
twice,
Okay.
you
All right,
idiot!
I stand
In the
corrected.
same sentence!
Sounds edited.
Your AFC Offensive Player of the Week will be wide receiver Zay Flowers of the Baltimore Ravens. He had a 5-catch, 127-yard, 2-touchdown game.
Yeah.
So I guess now that we know Zay Flowers' stats, and with the Chiefs coming up tonight, we could essentially say it's shot and hit him with the buzzer.
You think?
Yeah,
Is it
I think that's the
official?
same thing to do, probably. Look at that.
So do they have special teams guy
Yes,
of the
special
week?
teams play
have,
offense,
like, one-
defense,
yeah.
special teams play of the week. Player.
How dumb is that?
You mean one of the 3 phases of the game?
Apparently
You just making noises now?
so.
I gave you every statistic that determined the game would end the way that it did, and you didn't want to listen. You wanted to make noises. I'm a funny guy. Check me out. Look at me making crappy jokes that no one likes. Everybody hates me, and now I've embarrassed myself. Offensive. I didn't say offensive.
Well, Kimmy edited it. She didn't even know I said
edited
it.
it?
Well, you may.
Oh yeah, cut it up.
Cut it
Yeah.
up.
1 and 1 for 4, or 1 and 4, 1 for 5. Pretty good though. Pretty good. You got 1. You got 1.
All right.
Well, you know, a man who knows a thing or two about football.
Who's that?
That would be hot takes, chesty, keep it down, watch your mouth.
Cussing face.
By the way, if you
Dan face.
yell that to him when he's on the field, he doesn't turn around.
Why were you yelling at him
I was
yesterday?
trying.
Dan Fates from Buffalo Plus at 13 Wham will join us just after 9 o'clock to get back into what this win means for the Bills now in the AFC playoff picture, period, because they're second seed right now, so that's 2 home games as we speak. 2, I want to play some audio of Josh Allen discussing Tyler Bass. He got very emotional after the game, as did Tyler Bass, but you would understand that.
Sure.
And 3, I do want to get into him what this means for the Dolphins. I do think that they should fire Mike McDaniels as their head coach.
Yeah.
But will they?
Oh.
So we'll get to all of that just after 9 o'clock on a post-game victory Monday here in the break room on CMF. On one hand, you want people to look out for kids and keep them safe,
That's the job.
right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, when you just standing there with your child makes somebody suspicious, I don't know as a father how you're supposed to feel about this because this person was obviously concerned about what was going on with your child, but they were concerned because of you.
You were the problem.
But he wasn't a problem. Next, here at the break room. WCMF. You want kids to be safe.
Oh, yeah.
And if you see something suspicious with a kid, you need to speak up.
You got to jump on it, Tonto.
But there's a man we're going to tell you about who just found out how complicated that situation can be.
What happened?
Well, something someone was trying to do to make sure this man's daughter was safe. He had to appreciate, excuse me. The problem, they believed he was the one making her not safe.
Oh, he was the actual problem.
But he wasn't a problem.
Or they assumed he was.
Oh, he just kind of looked it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it.
What you got?
John Kerrigan was on a Southwest flight last week taking a trip to Las Vegas. But he wasn't traveling alone. He had his 15-year-old daughter and her 16-year-old friend along for the ride.
Okay.
And that, apparently, led to an issue.
What happened?
When John got up to use the bathroom, left the girls behind in their seats, a Southwest stewardess approached the teen girls and asked if they were okay.
So just the optics of a man traveling with these two teenage girls to Las Vegas triggered her.
So here's the thing. He looks a little bit older than a dad you would expect of a teenage girl.
All right, but yeah.
He also looks like every guy you would expect to, in your head, look like a human trafficker.
Really?
Right?
So he looks like a predator.
Let's put it this way. If you're a Dickie Betts fan, you've seen this guy before.
So he looks a little southern.
He does.
And
Well, it's not just southern.
Well, Dickie Betts looks a little southern,
He's
a little
got
trashy.
that kind of hair. He's got that kind of face.
You look like southern trash.
He was in the Allman Brothers for a couple of years.
So he looks like a roadie.
Well,
Looks a
kind of,
little
yes.
sketchy.
Kind of.
Do
But
they have a T-shirt that says "Bourbon is a vegetable"? All right.
They thought this man was a human trafficker.
All right.
The girls told the airline employees that they were okay, but apparently that wasn't enough because when the plane landed...
Because that's her dad, right?
Yes, that's her dad and her friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
When the plane landed, 3 police officers met John.
Jesus, they overreacted at that point.
How
Yes,
embarrassing.
they escorted
So that
him
means
for-
they radioed down to Vegas.
Yes.
Saying,
Well, so this was before they got to Vegas. This was an in-between. This was the flight from where they were from to wherever the midpoint
okay, so they
was.
had to alert.
Exactly.
Okay.
He was taken off the plane, and he was eventually let go.
He had to be questioned first.
Yes.
Oh, man.
But he said he was humiliated by the whole ordeal.
Of course.
And he is demanding answers for what Southwest did.
Man,
Now,
this is about as profiling as it gets.
you're right. But to be clear, to that point, Southwest trains their employees to look for stuff like this. And it is important because you don't want kids in a dangerous position to be left alone. But here's the thing.
By the way, Southwest flies out of a lot of scuzzy cities,
Every
man.
city's a scuzzy
No, but
city.
like they go into some deep southern scuzz.
This isn't the first time Southwest has mistakenly taken a dad off the plane for traveling
Really?
with their own kid.
So
Yes.
they've screwed this up before?
It's happened multiple times. And it creates a dilemma. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You want folks to do everything they can to make sure kids aren't hurt.
Stay vigilant.
But these mistakes seem to affect dads way more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Like in the situation we just discussed, do you think this dad has a right to be upset?
Yeah.
Kimmy?
You're just basically, because you just don't like the way I look.
Okay. Kimmy?
I can understand why you're upset because you're embarrassed.
But does
but
he
I
have
guess
a right to be?
I mean, they're doing it because they're looking out for your daughter, which
But he
is a
wasn't doing
good
anything
thing.
to his daughter.
Well, but
No,
a
but
human
I'm saying,
trafficker
like, but
wouldn't be
they-
doing anything.
Right,
They'd be
right, right.
sitting there with the fear of that. That kid would have fear if they spoke up.
The
that they were-
intentions were to protect a teenager.
But did they look like they were afraid, or were they just two girls talking like teenage kids would and on their phones? Because that would look normal.
Well, look, I'll tell you
Not
this.
like you were abducted.
I'll tell you this from experience.
I will say, like, once I'm able to prove that I'm her dad, I would think
Right.
you'd let me go, you know? Like, hey, this is my daughter. We both, show them your ID.
Okay, yeah.
Because this could happen to you.
Oh, no, that's what I mean. I can tell
Yeah.
you from experience, everything you do with your
Yeah.
teenage daughter looks like she's being held against her will. So I understand why this keeps happening. But, like, look, man, I haven't been in the spot yet where it's been called on me.
Right.
However, if they're just looking out for the safety of your kid, and I get the embarrassment, and I understand why this guy is furious, and maybe I'm wrong here, but what other way do you figure this out?
Well, couldn't this happen to you, like, because you probably cross the border all the time for hockey and stuff? Like, is this, like, do you get pulled over a lot?
So my wife will, if we have to go alone, my wife takes the kids because they look more like my wife.
Yeah.
Like, in all seriousness.
I mean, because of skin tone.
Yeah, so, okay, for those who
So
don't
you are
know.
aware of that when you go over the border.
Oh, I'm aware of it everywhere I go. For those who don't know. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Every father fears what this man went through, especially if something about your kid is different than you. If you have a different hair color, if you are a big person, you have tiny children.
Yeah.
My kids are biracial. My wife is Jamaican. I am the whitest man on the planet.
Yeah.
So When we cross the border and we have to go separately, she will take the girls because I know that me taking 2 black girls over the border, even though their names are the same on the passport, is going to throw up a red flag. And I will say this. When they were babies and toddlers, I felt the looks from people that thought I just kidnapped a couple of black girls. It's in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Especially when the kid's acting up, too. Like, I wouldn't, how do I put this?
You're more cautious of how you chose to discipline them.
Exactly. Like, if we were in public, I would just scoop them up and get out of there, which probably look more suspicious.
Yeah. But once you've been stopped and you've questioned, and she did identify you as, this is my dad, we're sitting here on our phones just acting like teenagers, what is your problem, lady? Because now you took it too far.
But then again, I guess the argument can be made. I don't know how easy it is to have IDs. How easy is it to intimidate someone into lying? I mean,
but
I don't know. I
can understand. Let's say you intimidated me, and now I'm a scared kid. I would look like a scared kid. I wouldn't look like I'm just talking to my friend over here and we're making plans and laughing.
But the kid could also be scared when they're asked the question.
Yeah.
I don't know how a kid's going to react in that moment. Look, I'll say this. To this day, and I know this, I mean, this hits close to home personal for me, but like, I still get nervous when I do travel hockey tournaments with just me and my oldest, like when we're even in the States. She doesn't realize it, and she's at school now, so she won't hear this.
Yeah.
I will have her wear a hockey sweatshirt or a jacket that has her last name on it every time we check in, because I'll always tell her it's cold. It's cold. Put it on. It's cold. It's cold. So the name on the sweatshirt matches the name on the ID.
That's a good thing.
When we had, but that's how conscious of it I am.
Hey, you got it.
Well, it only gets more
seems like
complicated
overkill.
the older your daughter gets too, into her teenage years.
Yeah, I don't know. But again, I don't know. So you're saying this is inappropriate, should not have been done.
It sounds like you investigated it and you got your answer and you still pushed the issue to the point where you want this guy, in cuffs getting off the plane.
No, they didn't cuff him. They just questioned him. They took him off the plane and they questioned him.
Well, it's still pretty intimidating. I'm getting off the plane and I ain't, it's Vegas, baby.
No, again, it was the midway point. It was a layover. 252 WCMF, just to recap real quick. A man was arrested. His name's John, taking a Southwest flight last week. He was with his 15-year-old daughter and her 16-year-old friend. When he got up to use the restroom on the Southwest flight, a stewardess who, like all of the Southwest employees in the air, are trained to look for human trafficking signs, went up to the 15 and 16-year-old girl, asked if they were okay. The girl said yes. Apparently that wasn't good enough. They phoned authorities on the way to where they were going. They took this man off the plane thinking he may have been trafficking these girls. He wasn't arrested, but he said he was embarrassed. He did an article, he did an interview that's gone national now, and was that the right or the wrong thing to do?
I would also, because this girl, I'm guessing, also had to answer some questions too, and she's like, how do you have that conversation with your kid, like, after it's all said and done, like, because she's confused why you had to be questioned and stuff, like.
I don't think I think teenage girls know right now.
You think?
15, 16, you're probably conscious.
I would think they're pretty dialed in.
Right. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, my oldest is 14, and I don't know if she's aware of it.
Like, she'd probably be embarrassed and confused. Like, almost like something she did wrong.
I'll tell you, I think that the daughter's friend would be more alarmed by the whole thing, just because you don't know if you don't know what's going on.
And then you'd have to explain it to your daughter's friend's parents.
Maybe it's time for a haircut.
I mean, well, but that's the thing. You shouldn't be profiled based on
just because you look like. But you said he looked rough.
Just because you look like Dickie Betts didn't mean to do anything wrong. Most of the time, you did something wrong.
And that's a rough look.
But not every single time.
Like, that look just smells like Jack Daniels.
For God's sakes,
it does, though. Like, if I see a guy like that and you're not an alcoholic, I'm kind of disappointed. What was the point?
Has any mom ever dealt with this? Because, like, every story I've heard, it's dads. I've been conscious of it. The fact that my wife takes our kids over the border leads me to believe she's not worried about it. I mean, are moms worried about what they're going to look like when they're traveling with their kids alone?
I don't think that crosses a lot of mothers' minds.
Because that's
being worried about something like that.
Because, I mean, look, we've seen high-profile human trafficking cases where there are women involved. In fact, almost every high-profile trafficking case, there are women involved in what was happening. Why is there not more scrutiny there?
Is it because maybe the daughter could look more like her mom? You see the family resemblance, so you're less likely to question it?
Women don't look very intimidating how they present themselves compared to men?
But that's a problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? I mean, look, if that's the argument, it's subconscious, I get what you're saying, but it's not an excuse.
You'd have to be a pretty rough-looking mom. I'm thinking it'd be on somebody's radar. What?
What's a rough-looking mom look like?
Bro, you know them rough-looking moms,
She
bro.
also looks like Dickie Betts.
She's Dickie Betts with a rack.
By the way, Google Dickie Betts. Just do it. Yeah,
No,
everyone
but
will get the joke.
you've seen rough-looking women, that are, they're hard.
No, I get it, but there are. No, I don't want to. You don't use rough-looking women.
I think it could also.
There are women that are not fitting the traditional view of beauty that are fantastic, caring mothers that would never do anything. So don't sit here and be like, she looks like a rough mom, so I'm going to call the cops.
Let's say you look like a mom that made some bad mistakes. And you may be possibly.
You mean like birthing Tommy Muley? You were saying.
No, but you just, you might have a couple of choices in your life, and I can actually see them on you.
I would think moms would actually run into an issue more of not having the same last name as their kids, whether it's, maybe they took their dad's last name, maybe they were never together officially, or they're divorced. There would be a lot of reasons why maybe your names don't match up.
You bring up a good point. I do know women, and you know them too, Kimmy, who have gotten divorced and kept their ex-husband's last name for that very reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it is something women worry about. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Raina. Hello, Raina.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So I'm actually a social worker, and there is a huge prevalence of human trafficking here in Rochester. So I don't think there was anything wrong with what they did for Southwest. I think they did the right thing.
Okay. Now, I mean, Raina, I'll ask you this question. Are you married?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have children?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's say one day down the road you do, if that's in your plans, right? I mean, if your husband, the father of your children, is in the same exact situation, would you look at him and tell him, don't worry about it? You shouldn't be upset. They're just looking out for our kids?
Absolutely,
Okay.
He would be pissed.
They're laughing. But, Raina, is this something that you think about as a woman?
Not really. I mean, no, honestly.
All right. Raina, your dad, did he look like a good guy or a bad guy? using Tommy's definition that he has explained.
Did he look, quote, rough?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
On the rougher side?
He's a girl dad all the way, so but he's never gotten stopped at.
Okay. All right. But you're saying, Raina, as someone who works in a business that helps with these kids, that this is exactly what has to be done.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Raina?
Nothing wrong with that.
Raina, thank you for the call. You want to talk now because you were too much of a bitch to talk while the expert was on the phone?
No, I still disagree with her because of the guy, everything was explained. And then you still push the issue. I'm going to stick with that. I mean, it's none of your goddamn business after that.
That's probably what you should say to the authority. None of your goddamn business what I'm doing out here. Why are you taking me on cuffs?
I like my southern look. I like my square-toed boots. I like my vaping.
No.
And I like my Jack Daniels in the evening. Sometimes mid-morning.
And it's funny. It's not just border crossings and airplanes. You have to think about this stuff.
What
we brought
else?
up, hotels we brought up. Big problem there.
Yeah.
Truck stops also.
Well, truck stop, yeah.
Truck stop employees are also trained to look out for this stuff.
A lot of kids go missing around here.
So there you go. I mean, it puts dads in a lot of bad spots in places you wouldn't realize what you're doing. And I don't mean to make guys paranoid here.
Yeah.
Right? I don't.
Fellas, don't be trucking with your daughters.
Look, as much as I'm conscious of this, I've never had anybody stop me.
Yeah.
Like, and actually have a serious.
Exactly. Like, nobody's pulled my child aside as far as I know and asked them if they were okay. I would assume they would tell me about that.
I will say back in the day, I don't know what it's like now. Back in the day, in the late 80s, early 90s, when you pulled it into a truck stop, everybody looked guilty of something, including the people working there.
No, it's still that way.
Is it?
It's 100% still that way. If I see you buying hot food from under glass when you're also paying for something,
you're
doing something wrong.
You know it.
You have done something
You've been
illegal.
messing.
All right, let's take a break. This isn't illegal, I don't think, because this man is not facing charges. Oh, no, he is facing charges, but we've seen other men in a similar situation not face charges for this. And I think you can make the argument that even though, if you had one of these legally, doing this should be illegal. Because where the bad part ends up doesn't mean that it couldn't have really hurt someone.
So it went bad.
Oh, boy, did it. We'll tell you this man's story. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You've heard of adding insult to injury?
Oh, sure.
How about incarceration to injury?
Incarceration.
Well, that's what one man could be looking at if he's guilty of these accusations.
What happened?
Well, although this story is pretty cut and dry,
Yeah.
there is another circumstance, which we've seen before, that maybe isn't. Because if it goes off by accident, someone else can get seriously hurt, right?
Goes off.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can hear our sexy voices.
Oh, yeah?
Why not check out our sexy faces?
Oh,
Well,
watch us talk.
At least Tommy and I's. The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. You can watch the show. Our live stream is up. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, it's The Break Room WCMF. The Break Room WCMF. I think we passed 2,000 subscribers.
Damn.
So we got that going for us.
Okay.
2,000 people like us. Well, not really. There's probably like 50 that like us, and the rest saying awful things
Have
in the
no
chat.
taste.
There you go. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Back for another season. Three Heads is re-releasing their Nighthawk Hazy IPA. That is good. It is so good.
That is a fan favorite.
Yes, love it. Look for it at the Blue Cross Arena for all events in stores and on tap.
Wow.
Pat Duffy recommended. This story comes from just east of us. A 21-year-old man has been arrested after accidentally shooting himself.
So he discharged a firearm into his self.
This is what the story says. But he wasn't arrested for shooting himself.
Well, what was he arrested for?
The alleged incident happened just after 5 a.m.
5 a.m.?
Just after 5 a.m. Maybe that was his alarm. That would wake you up. You ain't
Oh,
hit snooze on that.
Yeah.
Searing pain.
When police got to the scene, not only did they find the injured man, they say they found 3 firearms and no pistol permit. Oh, and they say he had a pair of brass knuckles also.
Okay.
It kind of seems like overkill. You got 3 guns. What do you need the brass knuckles for?
Yeah.
The good news.
Good news.
Sounds like he's okay.
Okay.
The bad news, at least for him, he's been charged with 2 felonies and a misdemeanor.
So for the guns?
Yes. And the brass knuckles.
Right. But not for shooting himself.
Well, that's just it. With the guns and no pistol permit, the shooting led to charges for the other stuff.
Right.
But I have a question.
What's that?
If I have a legal handgun and I accidentally shoot myself, is that a crime?
I guess it depends where that happens.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What do you mean by that?
All right, so let's say you're cleaning your gun in your house. It's a legal gun.
Okay.
And something happens. That's, I believe, an accident. At least it was in Florida.
Sure, okay.
That's Florida.
I was going to say, we should never finish a sentence about laws where it ends. That's how it is in Florida, because that's a Wild West in the South. Wild Southeast West.
So, but I guess to your point, let's say I carry a gun with me and I'm at Wegmans, and it goes off in the store.
Are you allowed to carry a gun in a Wegmans? Because that could throw.
But you're saying
a place where I'm legally allowed to carry it.
Anybody you legally carry a gun, but it goes off and it
hits you and only
maybe you're in trouble for that, though, because you've discharged a weapon where you're.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't be the crime. The crime
Well, I
would
guess
be
a house would
shooting
be
yourself.
like that too, though. So maybe you're in trouble all the time.
Okay, so here's the thing: if I accidentally shoot someone else, I will be arrested.
Well, you could be vice president. Could happen.
If my gun goes off accidentally and hits my neighbor's house or blows out their car window, I'm going to face some sort of charges
I would
for
think.
that. So if you don't get arrested for shooting yourself, how are there no charges there?
Yeah.
Because it is a little bit strange that the charges come from where the bullet ends up, not the fact that you were negligent with the gun, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Like, would being arrested for shooting yourself with a legal weapon be too much punishment? Is that the view?
Maybe he suffered enough.
Could be. And maybe they're afraid people won't go to get help if they think they're going to be charged.
Okay, valid argument, but you can make the same argument with this guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, his guns were illegal, which led to the charges. Him shooting himself led to the discovery of the alleged illegal gun.
All right, so the guns were illegal, but he wasn't doing anything illegal with the gun.
He is not facing charges for accidentally
So
shooting
maybe
himself.
maybe that's the rub.
Yeah, and look, he found out real fast that maybe guns aren't for him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, maybe just stick with the knuckles.
But I guess in this case, you can make the argument, even though they're illegal guns, like if you want to use the initial argument, take the guns away. He learned his lesson. He's not going to do that again, maybe,
Yeah, okay.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do they revoke your pistol permit for accidentally shooting yourself?
I think they should.
But do they?
I don't know. But you should.
So you'd be okay if they took your pistol permit away if you put a bullet in your leg by accident?
Yeah, maybe you should slow down with guns for a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, maybe, like you said, it's not for you.
Okay.
Because I told you my brother's buddy blew up part of his finger with my brother's gun.
And it wasn't like a normal gun.
No, it was a very small. It was a unique gun, and the way he was holding it, it blew off the tip of his finger. And they went to the hospital and stuff, but that guy didn't lose.
But again, where
It's
did
Florida.
it happen? Thank you.
It happened in Florida.
Again, let's follow the rules. If it
Forgot about
happened in
that.
Florida, that is not a way to
You know,
use.
they say it's Florida.
Man. There's Dickie Betts over there again. Okay, so you and I, I'll ask you a question. We're on record on this show as being okay with registered handguns held by people who take a course for personal protection. Okay.
Yeah.
If you found out with a buddy, found out a buddy with a pistol permit accidentally shot himself, you run into him, you're going to spend some time with him, and he's got his gun on him right next to you.
Right.
Are you comfortable with that?
No.
Okay.
Because you've got a prior of shooting yourself.
But could you make the argument that, well, that's the best way to learn that lesson? Like, what are the...
But you survive.
But I'm saying, like, would you... I don't think that... Hopefully, that guy's not going to make the same mistake twice.
But you still decide to carry a gun even though you shot yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I get your argument.
You know what I mean? Like, I would almost think maybe I'm safer because now that guy knows how wrong it can go.
But if it accidentally went off in the first place, why did it go off in the first place?
Which tells me you're not good at handling guns.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I'm going to use some previous break room experience in this. Again, 252-WCMF, we're talking about this 21-year-old guy just east of us arrested after police say he shot himself in the leg, but but police are not charging him for shooting himself. When they got there, they found 3 unregistered handguns, according to the story. He's now facing 2 felonies and a misdemeanor, and we're trying to figure out if accidentally shooting yourself carries any charges. Because if it hits somebody else, you're charged. If it hits your neighbor's house or blows out their car window, you're charged. We had a discussion like 7, 8, 9 months ago.
Yeah.
Because you don't own a gun.
No.
I don't own a gun. Kimmy, you do not own a gun.
I do not.
Okay, so we are naive when it comes to the laws of guns.
Yeah.
We had asked with another one of these accidental shooting stories if shooting yourself accidentally is something, or your gun discharging accidentally is something that is somewhat common in the gun world and people just don't talk about it. And every single phone call we got from registered gun owners was no. It's embarrassing. That shouldn't happen.
Right.
You would never do that. I would feel uncomfortable. So, Kimmy, your argument that, like, you'll never do it again, it kind of feels like you'd automatically lose the respect of the rest of your gun owner companions.
Yeah, the gun community.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that wasn't the question, though. You're just talking about the average person being next to that guy.
We got Instagram messages coming in. Mark writes us on Instagram, a point that Kimmy made earlier. You can't arrest people for accidentally shooting themselves, idiot. They lie to the cops and say someone else shot them to stay out of jail. Okay. So let's go down with Mark's fantasy.
Okay.
I was more thinking they wouldn't go, they'd try to take care of the wound by themselves
Understood,
or something.
but
Yeah, a little, super glue.
No, what are you, Bruce Willis? The one thing that would make you go to the hospital is you don't know how to treat a bullet wound. You don't know what it hit.
You don't know what damage you've done. You could be dying. You could have cut an artery.
Or you wait too long to go,
So I'm the idiot here. Kimmy's the idiot for asking that question, not Mark, who suggests committing another crime.
Somebody shot me.
Right?
Where's that person?
Thank you.
I don't know. I didn't see them.
And why did they shoot you with your gun?
Yeah,
and then put it back in your hand.
The bullet would match the gun that you shot yourself with. On top of that, there would be residue from the gunpowder all over your hands. On top of that, when there's no camera or eyewitness that can corroborate your story, and don't tell me that it's not a place where cameras don't happen, because if any neighborhood you live in, unless you live out in the middle of nowhere, is going to have ring cams that would capture who's going in and out of your house. I can't think of a simpler crime to solve than the one Mark just laid out on Instagram.
Yeah, just had the angle of how you were shot.
Thank you. Like, police work does exist.
Yeah, they've been doing this for like 1,000 years.
Right? Like, I mean, I understand that there's lots of shootings that go unsolved, but once they check your hands out and match the bullet to the gun and by the way, you're not going to be able to be cool after being shot.
Story.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Make up a story while you're in agony.
Time, place, how it got to where it is.
And you're going to go with the fear and panic and pain of being shot, telling that story initially, and then when they come back and take your statement again in the hospital, you got to make sure that story is exactly
the same. And I also
same.
have to get it right with my wife and everybody else around me.
And make sure nobody else heard anything around you, your neighbors, or you know what I mean.
God, what is? Come on, Mark, you're better than that.
Watch a little CSI, man.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. You know, it is weird we're not getting any calls. Normally when we ask about guns, gun owners are here right away.
Yeah.
Do gun owners not know if they're allowed to be, if they're charged if they accidentally shoot themselves? This comes in from Brian. Brian says, I know a guy who accidentally shot himself. It was a legitimate accident. The gun itself malfunctioned, but he wasn't charged with anything. Maybe that's because the gun malfunctioned, or it could be because there are no charges filed for incidents like this. How do you
So it's the gun's fault.
How do you prove the gun malfunction?
Yeah.
I guess can they look at it after and figure out, what went wrong?
Like you dropped
mechanically?
it and it went off?
Well, I don't know. Well,
because you got to pull the trigger, right?
Thank you for explaining guns.
No, but how else could a gun go off unless you drop it?
I have no idea. Is gun malfunction
I don't know.
I've never heard of that before.
How common is it?
Kimmy, you want to Google how common gun malfunction is?
We're talking pistols here because this is what this guy shot.
You say he dropped it, yeah. I mean, in the case here, and that's what I'm assuming with Brian's Facebook message here. I don't know.
My pistol went off by itself. It's one of them automatic pistols.
I mean, can that happen?
It sounds kind of weird, man. Like it's just sitting there and it decides to go bang by itself.
Well, not that it would just be on a table and goes off, but I don't know. Is there Kimmy, what do we got?
So it says firearm malfunctions are common and can happen even with high quality ammunition and modern firearms. So a couple ways here it could happen is misfire. The carriage doesn't fire when the trigger is pulled.
Okay, so no shot.
But you pulled the trigger.
Yes. Okay,
yeah, a hang fire. The firearm is delayed in firing after the trigger is pulled.
Again, you fired the weapon.
Yeah, there you go.
Pop fire. A slight pop is heard when the trigger is pulled, but there's no recoil.
Okay, but that wouldn't cause a shot.
Again, you still had to pull the trigger.
But here's the thing: on the second one,
so there's no accidental. Oops, it went off by itself.
There's a hammer follow. That's the firing mechanism functions without the trigger being pulled.
Okay, so the second one she mentioned too. If you had a delayed shot, I don't know how long it would take. Right? You could fire, put the gun down, and then all of a sudden the bullet comes out.
Okay.
Again, I'm saying this with no experience. We're just shooting in the dark, both literally
so
and
I
figuratively.
pulled the trigger, didn't go off, and then all of a sudden, bam!
I mean, that would be a malfunction, right?
And it says even good guns could do that.
What do you?
They said high quality stuff.
Yes, but I mean, we don't have a percentage on how often it happens.
And I don't know what type of firearms maybe do this more than others. I don't know.
How about how scary would it be, if you pull the trigger and it doesn't go off? If I'm at a shooting range, what do I do? Do I just keep pointing it forward until something happens? Do I turn it sideways, put it down, and slowly back away? And then who's going to check it? I don't want to touch that thing.
No.
Do you bang the side of it?
No, you don't bang.
No,
you don't
do that.
bang it.
Maybe you tap it.
No, stop tapping.
You go you tap it.
It's a gun. Stop that.
Like this.
Throwing it.
Boom. Did you say throw it? You guys are the worst.
Tommy starts throwing it.
Let's take a break. All right. We can sit here and argue all day about what the best fast food restaurant is, right? And 10 different people will have 10 different arguments. But even if you don't love this place, this could potentially be an issue. Because this fast food restaurant, one of the big ones, says they are closing 140 before the end of this year.
Because they're going bad?
Well, that's just it. This story's a little bit strange, and I'll explain everything. But if they are going bad, this is a problem, even if you don't like eating at this place, because I think you can argue.
It's going to affect me still?
Yes. That this place is known for such good quality that they raise the boats, the tides of every other place. We'll tell you who we're talking about next here in the break room. Let's see that. most of the time, a restaurant that is your favorite closes, you don't really care.
Sure.
But when it comes to this specific fast food restaurant, even if it's not your favorite, maybe you should. Because I think you can make the argument with this restaurant specifically, a rising tide floats all boats.
So they're that quality.
I mean, that's what they're known. It says it in the sign.
Oh, it does?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got Dan, hot takes, chesty, keep it down, watch your mouth, don't say a-hole on the radio, Fates.
Oh, Cussin' Dan?
From 13, we have a Buffalo Plus coming up just after 9 to get back into what happened with the Bills. And I got a conspiracy theory, bro.
Oh.
We're going to play some audio from Josh Allen. And his reaction, I think, might be the reason why Tyler Bass is still on this team to make that record-setting field goal. So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more just after 9 o'clock. Also, we got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000.
Download the Odyssey app. Listen to WCMF for an hour each day. That is your daily entry.
Ooh, I'm locked in.
One winner nationally is going to get $5,000. Fall into $5K a day. Download the Odyssey app. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. Wendy's is closing 140 restaurants before the end of this year.
Are they going bad?
So here's the weird thing. It doesn't sound like they're in trouble because since 2023, the chain has also opened 500 new restaurants.
Okay, so maybe they're closing some of the old ones?
That's what it sounds like, right? So just the underperforming ones. But there's been other places that have done this saying that, and it goes south. So who knows?
Okay.
We also don't know which states, cities, or locations will be going. So unsure if any Wendy's in the greater Rochester area will be affected. On your power ranking of fast food restaurants, where does Wendy's fall?
They never disappointed.
Okay.
They were always the best burger in town when I was on the road, when I could afford it.
So would you give them 1, 2, 3?
As far as taste, 1.
1. Okay.
Yeah.
Kimmy, your fast food power rankings?
I put Wendy's in the top 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could make the argument that Wendy's is the fanciest of all the fast food places, right?
Of your big 3, McDonald's, BK, and Wendy's.
Okay. So, like, I'm with you. The burgers are the most high-end, right? They have the thickest of fries. And you can get a baked potato or some chili.
Yeah, they have some interesting sides.
Exactly.
And the Frosty. I mean, that's like their go-to.
But back in the day, they were also the most expensive.
Okay.
That's why I didn't eat there.
And that still may be the case.
Like, McDonald's was always the cheaper option, and it still tasted great.
You got it. But here's the thing. Let's say you are someone that doesn't eat at Wendy's. Maybe it's too expensive. Maybe it just doesn't do it for you, whatever. You need Wendy's to stay open.
So why is that?
It feels like if Wendy's were to close, it would have a ripple effect in the fast food industry.
Yeah, what's next?
Well, it's not just that, Kimmy. If Wendy's is holding quality here, despite maybe the expense that you have to pay to get there, if they disappear, there isn't like a gold standard of quality for the rest of the fast food restaurants, and you can start to see that quality.
So here comes slack-ass burger?
I'm just saying, like, if Wendy's disappears, what reason do other fast food restaurants have to stay super quality? Because you got nothing to compare it to.
But, the problem, but you also got all the other competition that may help. Like, because now you got these chicken joints that are opening up all over the place.
We're going to talk about that later this week, the Great Chicken Wars of 2020.
But I wonder if that's cutting into the burger biz. It's also hurt.
But could, but I guess I don't see them as the same thing. Like, if I'm going to, like, I've already made the decision to get, fried chicken. I don't even have those other places in consideration if I'm in the mood for that.
She's right. I mean, if you're talking burger places... Yeah, because I'm not going to choose between like chicken out here in Rochester or McDonald's.
But I'm just saying maybe I'm burnt out on burgers, so chicken's a better option.
Okay.
I don't know. But you're saying you might be coming into the dirty burger war.
Not dirty.
Nasty
not
burger.
dirty. No,
Ass
I'm just
burger.
no. I'm not saying as in like quality declining as in like sanitary. I'm saying just in what they're willing to offer you. Right, like
they're going to chintz it out.
The continued innovation that these fast food. I think Wendy's keeps the other places on their game.
They were good.
Yeah,
they're still good.
It seems like all these places too are trying to figure out, like how much food people want to buy, like in a package deal too. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of them have like their $5 whatevers, and like I think they're trying to find a balance of like how much food should be in that compared to like other offers other fast food places have. So like they're trying to figure out what people want to spend when it comes to fast food.
Did they have the Baconator?
Yeah, that's them. They have the Baconator.
Because that was the ultimate, like, disgustingly delicious food.
And it'll stop your heart immediately.
But who cares?
No, I'm with you.
You died holding a Baconator in your hands.
Well, like, it's funny because, like, Kimmy, you bring up, like, what is the level of food people want in one sitting?
Right. I mean, or where they feel like they're getting enough for that $5.
There was a point, And I don't know if they still do. They have the single, which is one burger.
Right.
They had the the double, which is two. There was a point where they were selling a triple, three.
Yeah, I remember that.
Of the thick ass Wendy's burgers on one bun. Like, bro, I used to get that when I was a kid, and I couldn't get my mouth around it.
Yeah, like that double Dave's Deluxe was mammoth. But
you throw one more burger on top of that.
So you go a triple Dave.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and here's what I mean, man. Like, you look at McDonald's, like the Big Mac is 2 patties.
Well, it's already built in big.
But there's bread in there, right? Like, it's coming up big, right? Like that Dave's triple stack, man. That's a crispy piece of lettuce. That's 3 pieces of meat, lettuce, tomato, a little bit of mayo. You need Wendy's. You need them whether or not you like them.
Well, let's hope they stick around.
Like, right now, we have a very tenuous balance
of what?
Of fast food. I'm telling you, man, it's a house of cards. You pull one restaurant
but there's
out
so
of it.
much out there.
Do you think people are going to like their fast food places based on the burger itself or the chicken sandwich itself, or are you going for the sides? Because sometimes that's the factor for me. Not so much like the main meal, but the sides that I can add to it.
I mean, but when we're talking like Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's,
like, are you going more for the fries, like the style of fries you're getting? Because I know, like, there were like the fry wars back in the day too.
There were the fry wars of the '90s. Yes, you're right. I don't know, because like there are days where I'm more in the mood for McDonald's fries. There are days I'm more often in the mood for Wendy's fries.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
So you could be making a decision based on the sides,
no,
not so much the actual burger.
I don't know, but like there are that double quarter pounder with cheese that hits you it hits you in a certain way.
Yeah.
Right, but so does that double from Wendy's. Oh, it's tough. The Whopper just has a very distinct taste.
Yeah, the Whopper is unique with that flame broiled. It almost tastes like it came off of somebody's grill.
But I will say this: Burger King is have been trying to corner the sides for like 25 years.
Well, they are the ones that started with the onion rings.
Yep, you got that. They had mozzarella sticks at one point. Yeah. They've had some weird ass sides that you could buy. They were selling like Oreo pie for a little while, right?
But they know like that's going to be the thing that makes them a unique option.
Okay, but I'm going to make an argument here. I think they do that because they know that their fries are in third place.
Okay,
is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Because I remember the day. I remember it like it was yesterday.
What happened?
I was just a young boy, maybe of 8 or 9, and Burger King rolled out their brand new fries. Remember that when they rolled out the Burger King fries?
Like healthier fries?
No, it was just they rebranded them as like I don't know, crispier or something. I can't remember
that's what they went
it was.
with. But from that moment, I was like, why'd you do that? I loved the fries at Burger King.
I don't remember what they were before.
You made the fry change, and why are we doing this?
Well, but they all kind of had to do that when they got busted for like cooking everything in beef fat.
Okay, beef fat.
Remember, like everybody loved McDonald's French fries, and they were just cooked in beef fat. That's why you loved them so much. They were awesome.
But here's the thing: I still love McDonald's fries.
Yeah.
I still love Wendy's fries.
But they tweaked it enough, to get the health nuts off there.
Well, it's not so much health either. It's also people that are vegetarian or religiously can't eat meat. Right? Because
how you doing there anyway, man?
Well, there are vegan options at these places.
I know.
More people are going vegetarian and vegan than you think, man. I mean, look, entire religions can't eat meat.
I know.
Can't eat
Especially
beef.
certain days of the week.
Yeah. How about that? Well, I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. I was raised Catholic.
Right.
Yeah.
So you had to do the no meat Friday.
Yeah. So McDonald's, we all know the fillet of fish came from Lent Fridays. If I was eating beef tallow fries,
you burn in hell.
Am I going to hell?
They gotcha.
Come Judgment Day.
St. Peter, I didn't know. You're
gonna be walking in there, guys are gonna be saying, "Jesus loves me, but not you."
All right, let's take a break. A man who it looks like doesn't eat any fast food at all.
Oh, a big health guy.
Well, yeah, right?
He's chesty.
We call him Chesty Face for a reason, right? He walks
Workout
around,
boy.
Check me out, man. A man who knows a thing or two about football. A man who I think will be able to answer 2 very important questions after yesterday's game. Because I have a conspiracy theory. After an interview with Josh Allen yesterday, I will tell you why Tyler Bass had yet to lose his job before that franchise record-setting field goal that won the game yesterday.
But why?
It's all in the way that Josh talks.
But why is he doing that?
I will tell you.
What's in it for Josh?
It kind of makes sense. And look, maybe I'm wrong. That's why we're going to have Dan in. He's in the room. He talks to these guys on a daily basis. He knows things that we don't.
All right.
Also, after what happened yesterday, and the game before with the Dolphins, and the game before, and the game before, and the game before, why the hell are you running it back with this guy again next year? We'll get into it all next on a post-game Monday with Dan Fates from 13 Wham next here on CMF.
Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Kick by Bass is long enough, and it is good! Bombs away for Tyler Bass, who bombs it from 61! It's a career best for the Bills kicker. Unbelievable!
That's a double bomb, baby.
Bombs away.
The stress in his voice.
Well, yeah.
Sounds like he's taking a wicked dump.
I don't think anybody outside of Sean McDermott thought he was making that kick.
Yeah.
I mean, look, can you as a Bills fan, after everything that happened, he misses the extra point yesterday, his job is shot, he then doinks, right?
Yep.
Double shot, and then he goes on to hit the longest field goal in franchise history to beat the Dolphins.
Amazing.
That being said, there were Bills fans that were furious that he was even on the roster still.
Mm-hmm.
And we may have a clue as to why he was still there based on an interview with someone who might have a little more sway than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
To help us out with that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show from 13 Wham, a man who knows a thing or two about ball. Dan, hot takes, chesty. Please keep it down. The baby is crying. You can't say a-hole on the radio. Fates. Hey, Dan, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you? Duffy, were you at the game yesterday?
I was not. Kimmy was in my seats, actually.
And I realized very quickly how awkward it is to yell out Dan Chesty Fates in front of other people. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that again because he didn't turn around.
Your voice must not be as loud as Duffy because I'm sitting there after the end of the game and I'm going, oh, Duffy asked me to come on the show again. And I go, he didn't yell at me during the national anthem. I was just waiting for that to happen.
Because I love America, I yell before the national anthem and then the national anthem starts.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Dan.
You're right. You're right. Clarifying.
So,
Fake
Dan,
news.
I want to play some audio, and I don't know if you heard this audio because you were, busy doing your job. There were lots of Bills fans that up until Tyler Bass hit that 61-yard kick were still a little upset he was even on the roster. And as weeks went on, there were questions about how he managed to keep his job. This is Josh Allen. This was on CBS after the game, right, Kimmy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this was the woman interviewing him.
Yes.
Yeah.
When asked about Tyler Bass's game-winning field goal there.
What was going through your mind when he went out there for that kick?
Just emotional for him. He's been battling his ass off, fighting adversity. You saw that today, and be there in the biggest moment and nail that for us. I'm so proud of him. I love that man. Everybody in our locker room loves and trusts him, and just happy he went in.
So, Tommy, he's holding back tears.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, what's in it for him?
All right, Dan?
A win? What do you mean?
Well, no, but he talks about Tyler Bass specifically, right? It wasn't like, what an amazing kick. Yeah. He starts getting personal.
Right, like, I'm really pulling for this guy when he was going to be gassed.
All right, Dan?
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, you would have thought so. Dan, I have a theory. I'd like your thoughts. The reason Tyler Bass has been given so many chances is because Josh Allen wanted him there. What is with the emotion from Josh Allen yesterday when it came to Tyler Bass?
I don't think Josh has enough pull to keep a kicker around. I don't think that's the case. And honestly, if he wasn't friends with him or didn't want him on the team, I don't think he could get him off the team either for that respect.
Oh, really? Because there's a guy in Houston nursing a knee injury that may disagree right now.
Right. That directly relates to his performance. Tyler Bass is a different unit of the team. Sure. I don't think Josh has that level of it, but I will say I think Josh pulls for an underdog guy. This is a guy that kicked at Georgia Southern, had a big leg and kind of lost his confidence. I'm sure Josh has had moments. I'm sure every player on that team has had those moments. What's tricky about being a kicker is the fact of that's your only job. You don't tackle people. You don't catch passes. Your job is to kick a ball through two gold uprights. And for a while, Tyler hasn't been very good at that when he was in the past. So this is sports. This is what I think people love about games like this. And you heard the emotion and, talk about this is what stories are made of. And a guy that's overcome adversity. I think everybody can relate to that. While at the same time, they probably didn't love him before that kick.
Okay, so here's why you're wrong. All right, so Dan. No, I mean, look, I'm going full conspiracy theory.
I know
you
are.
Well, what's a
you're
conspiracy?
all in on this.
Well,
that Josh decides who's on the team.
Do you think they have a breakfast club? Do you think that he makes really good muffins? Is that
I
what
would go to Josh's breakfast club.
Yeah, who wouldn't go to Josh's?
And I bet you Tyler Bass makes a mean muffin.
He's too skinny to make a mean muffin. He's a cat guy. He got cat hair in the muffins, right? No, here's what I'm saying, right?
What do you think?
Frittata. Get out. See what I mean about this kid? Oh, yeah, you want to get some bread? Yeah, let's get a frittata. I wear a jacket with a sweatshirt underneath
I want European eggs.
Dan, you brought up the underdog thing, right? Like if Josh Allen identifies with one thing, it's being the underdog. No Division I offers coming out of high school. Community college, one Division I offer after begging every school in America to take him. He goes to Wyoming, he ends up a first-round pick, right? Tyler Bass, not as similar a story, but you got the underdog thing. I think it seems to me, and you're in the room a lot with those guys, Dan, and after practice every day, that Josh moves towards those kinds of stories, and whether it's intentional for motivation or whether it's because he wants to see that success, that Josh, I'm going to say this now.
Go ahead, say it.
Josh had a conversation.
He's
I'm pointing at Tommy,
everybody,
but it's in towards Dan because I can't see him. Josh had a conversation with McDermott or Bean saying, let's keep the kid as long as we can.
But the kid's a liability at a key position.
Really?
And you would think if he didn't nail that,
right,
he's probably not a Buffalo Bill today.
Right?
Am I wrong?
Yeah. And Duffy, do you think that he was giving him a hug after the Kansas City missed kick? And he's like, buddy, it's okay. I think it's a results-based league. And I think actions speak louder than words. So the fact that he came through in the clutch keeps you around. It's a performance-based league. So
you think he's soft?
Who's soft?
Josh.
No. I think no.
He's got a
softy. He's got a soft side.
He's got a soft spot for these kids that have similar struggling backstory.
They're the same age.
Well,
Well, and I think this goes back to the moves in the offseason, getting rid of Diggs. I think they went with they went with culture over talent. That was when McDermott came in. It was these campfire conversations at training camp, and it was kumbaya, and we're all gonna. And I was like, that's cool, but you also got to win. Nobody's sitting there going this is great. All of a sudden we're losing. The Patriots had murderers on their roster, and they were winning games, so that's all.
Now look at them, bunch of softies. Not a gun amongst them.
Exactly, Tommy. So I think it is the fact of I think he's happy for the fact that he came through in that moment, but I don't think that he got some pass because they were buddies when you got to make kicks. And Bass has always had a big leg. It's just a matter of confidence, and that was a big moment.
Do you think either of you think, and Kimmy too, that he lasts?
And Kimmy too.
And Kimmy over there.
You're also part of this, Kimmy.
I didn't mean it like that.
Hey, you girl. Also girl. Go ahead.
Say what you were going to say, summer jeans.
Do you think he survives the season? Because he's going to have other missed field goals.
Kimmy, thoughts?
In key moments.
I mean,
I kind of say that out loud, you dick. Sorry.
No, but it's. I mean, the odds are he's going to miss.
If that missed field goal decides a game, yes.
Dan?
He's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's been surviving kick to kick.
So he's on thin ice.
Yeah, I think he's on, and he said that after the game. He was asked, what does this kick do for your confidence? And he talked about finding the love for the game again, and the fact that they brought in another kicker. And he's like, I had to remind myself when I went out there to try that kick, I love this. This is what I dreamed of. This is the moment. But he was asked when he talked about his confidence, he's like, I'm only as good as my next kick. I think he does have that perspective. Look, he came in as a rookie. They drafted a kicker. I think it was the sixth round.
Sixth round.
Normally you don't draft kickers. And he comes in and wins the competition straight up in training camp. He was by far the better kicker, and he's been that way since. But now we have this moment of maybe I'm not that good of a kicker anymore. Maybe this isn't for me, and maybe I'm going to lose my job. And what happens next? This is kind of the thing. I think he has a new perspective of, man, every kick is crucial, and you're kind of kicking for your career and your job here. But I still think he's on thin ice. I think this gives him a little bit longer of a leash, but I'm not so sure that he's automatically going to be kicking for the Bills in the postseason.
Well, what's so interesting about what happened yesterday, again, we're talking to Dan Fates, 13 wham at the game yesterday, as we do every, after Bills game. And I know this is the longest discussion about a kick in the history of a regular season game. But, with him on the way out, and with that being a franchise record kick, and with you putting the Dolphins to sleep the way they did yesterday, I mean, Dan, he kicked it from the toe of the buffalo. That's how far back that kick was. If you go back and watch the logo on the field, he's on the 49-yard line on the other half of the field.
Too.
Yes, that would have been good from 70. Dan, the fact that McDermott, in that situation, was willing to go for it says something, because let's keep in mind, if he misses that kick, the Dolphins have the ball in Bills territory with 5 seconds left, and we know the history that the Bills have with final plays to lose games.
Yeah, the Bills had 2 incompletions to start that drive, and you were thinking, if you could get in field goal range. But this is what they always do with Tyler Bass. The ball, when he was a rookie, when he was really kicking well his first 2 years, the ball sounded different off his foot. It just sounded like, holy cow, like this guy can hit the ball really far. And you're seeing in the NFL now, like kickers are consistent from 50 plus. Like that's the new standard. Like they've made comments that like kicking's too easy. Maybe they need to narrow the uprights because kickers are too good. And Bass has been inconsistent from 40. So you knew he had the leg, but it was, do you have the mental toughness and capacity to make that kick when it's all there?
Tell me you kick that ball.
Well, I mean, you do have to be mentally
Kick that crap out of it.
Yeah. He did kick the crap out
I want to hear. I want to hear a good kick. I want to hear that pop.
He hit the old toll booth in Batavia with that thing.
Damn.
Dan Fates with 13 Wham hanging out with us today. All right, so as we get past the kick, I mean, Josh, it's funny, man. Like, it's a pedestrian 3-touchdown, 265-yard day from Josh, which would have been the greatest performance of any Bill during the drought, but it just is what it is. Ray Davis does Ray Davis things, fantastic. But I think the story coming out of that game, Dan, if you're the Dolphins, you're looking for a new head coach next year, right?
Oh, maybe. That's tough.
All right, hold on. Allow me to make my argument first, and then you
hang on. I want to beat Tommy to something.
Okay.
Mike McDaniel's a weird little guy. He wears glasses and joggers and sunglasses and wears Nike shoes and all these things. He's a weirdo. Like, you can't win football games with a guy that looks like that. Did I nail it, Tommy?
That's what he thinks you sound like.
I mean, but he's not even that far off. Other than calling him Coach Skateboard, he kind of nailed it.
Tommy, I got you there. Did I?
Yeah, you did great.
I got you. How you like that?
Yeah. You can use that on your show tonight.
Your talk show?
Yeah.
All right, Dan, yesterday was by far the best performance the Dolphins have had against the Bills under McDaniel, even better than the game they won in Miami, right? Tua is only incomplete on 3 passes. The defense is getting stops. They are gashing the Bills on the ground, and you somehow still managed to lose that game because McDaniel, the head coach, was not aggressive in the 3 moments he had an opportunity to be. If you threw your best punch on the road and you still couldn't get it done, and you need to win your division to be successful in the playoffs, Tommy, to make a deep run.
Murder among us.
Why, Dan, after wild card loss, missed the playoffs, would you bring him back next year?
Well, you missed Tua for 4 games when he was concussed again. The defense is decimated. They were without their 2 best players. They played a flawless game. The Dolphins were the better team yesterday. They played a perfect game. They just didn't have the dudes to make plays late. Like, I think that was a flawless game plan by Mike McDaniels. They just came up short because how many times have we seen it the other way where the Bills play a pretty good game and some kicker drills a ridiculous kick at the buzzer? Like, I don't know. They made the playoffs last year. I know they've come up short in some times, but I still think that this team is trending in the right direction if they get healthy. And we're, 5, 6, 7 minutes into this interview or this conversation, and the fact of the matter is that Jordan Poyer nearly tried to kill Keon Coleman.
That's a great point.
The game.
Okay, can we talk about that? So, Tommy, you remember that play?
Yes.
Just to catch everybody up, Jordan Poyer on the play that sets up the Bills.
Jumped into him.
Yes, I mean, he hits him head-to-head. Poyer, former Bills safety, says in the postgame
what did he say?
that he didn't think it was a flag. He thought he hit him in the chest. He could not have hit more face, Dan.
Yeah, it was. I don't know that hit would have been illegal in 1980.
Yeah.
Like, that is the exact hit that the NFL is trying to eliminate completely. He left his feet, he hit a defenseless receiver, and he hit his helmet on Keon's helmet. I don't know how Keon got up. Like, that was one of the most violent hits that was like 10 yards away from me where I was like, I think somebody died. Like, this was insane. And the fact that Keon pops up and he's like, I think that should be a flag. It's like, yeah, you think? Like, the guy in the Detroit game got thrown out for a hit way less violent, way less malicious than what Poyer did. And for Poyer, he had a personal foul, helmet-to-helmet hit in Miami on Shakir that kept the drive alive.
Yeah.
Like, that was the game. Like, Jordan Poyer lost them the game. That would have been a 3rd down, a punt. The Dolphins would have had like 30 seconds left for them to get in field goal range. So I understand what you're talking about McDaniel, and you got to move on from him. There are things that McDaniel didn't throw his head into Keon Coleman's. Like, that is a Jordan Poyer mistake from a veteran guy that knows better in that spot. So that was the play that I went like, that was dumb. It was dangerous. It was all of those things, and the Bills were able to capitalize off it.
So if the Dolphins have a crappy season, like they really tank this year, you still think that coach is coming back?
Yeah, I do. I don't know. They need to get better defensively, but again, they're decimated. Javon Holland was out. Their best defensive lineman, who's probably going to be a Pro Bowler, possibly an All-Pro, he was out. He got hurt in practice like 2 weeks ago, broken orbital bone. So, like, the Bills had chances. Like, they just didn't have the dudes in this game.
No, I hear you. I just wonder what it's like to, continue to win games with your defense decimated by injury and winning the AFC East every single year. What's that like? How could we relate as Bills fans to have – that's my point, Dan! And listen, I feel bad.
And didn't he put Tua back out after he had the concussion, which also added to his problem?
2 seasons ago. I mean, that's where this all started. Yeah.
But that's on the coach.
But, I mean, if that hasn't gotten
you
him
almost
yet.
You almost effed up the franchise.
Well, he kind of did F up the
franchise. So you could get fired for that.
But, I mean, if they haven't fired him for that yet, they're not going to fire him.
But he can't be asked to be a football coach and a neurologist. Like, you do have to go with
but I have none of those things, and that kid did not look good laying on the field.
I know, but like we talked about it. I mean, Josh kind of did the same thing that one game. I don't think a coach is going to tell a guy no.
I agree.
I think that it has to come from the training staff.
But that's why they have that independent spotter who somehow allowed Tua to go back out after that hit from Milano.
But it's all jive, man, because they want to win these
games. What are you
games.
talking about? The NFL always cares about player safety. That's all they care about. What are you talking about, man?
Are you doing sarcasm now?
Are you doing sarcasm?
Who taught Dan Fate's sarcasm?
That's more of a Seabag thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, he hangs out with him a lot.
He is king sarcasm.
Yeah.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham joining us here, getting into this Bills postgame. All right, so Dan, you have Indianapolis next week in Indy. Yep. They're a team that lost last night, very beatable team. And then you have the Chiefs at home. And the Chiefs are strange because they go into tonight's game undefeated. They have the best record in the NFL, but it's statistically the worst season that Patrick Mahomes has ever had.
They're not overwhelming people?
No, they're not. And I mean, their defense seems to be kind of carrying them right now, right? They're not scoring a ton of points. Dan, we've been waiting all year for that game that tells us what the Bills are. A good team with a good win. And I think I might be at the point personally where even if you beat Kansas City at home, this current version, despite the fact that they could walk in undefeated, that's not the statement win that it's been in the past, is it?
No, and talking about statement wins, I know it's the Dolphins. I know they only got 2 wins. But I looked at that game, and I don't know about you, Duffy, watching it. Like, the Bills didn't play a great game, right? But they found a way to win. And that's what good teams do.
That's what builds championships.
Yes, it is.
Finding a way to win. The will to win.
Yes, that's exactly what it does.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just using that old school voice.
Very good. That's a great voice, I guess. The fact when I look at what New England did for years, there were times when Brady wasn't great, but they still found ways to win. That's what the Chiefs have done. At times they haven't been dominant offensively, and their defense has picked them up. And then other times their offense has been good and their defense hasn't. Like, I made this comparison after the game when we were talking about it with Mike and Jenna, that like the baseball comparison is that starting pitchers, they get 30 starts a year. They have 10 starts where they have their best stuff. They're unhittable. They're great. They have 10 starts where they don't have anything. They stink. They get out in the third inning. And then there's those 10 starts in between. And if you can find ways to win when you don't have your A game, when your fastball is off and your curveball is not great, but you still find a way to win,
when the chips
is
are
impressive. Well, I'm just saying,
the boys are beating.
The brakes are beating the boys.
Well, I'm just saying the defense wasn't good last night, right? They gave up 230-something yards on the ground. They still found a way to force a turnover and swing momentum. They still did enough to find a way to win. I know it's not an impressive win because it's not against a playoff team in Miami, but to not play your best game and to still come out with a win and still score 30 points, that not necessarily a statement win, Pat, but I thought it was an impressive win.
It shows character.
Everything he's saying is true. You just want to be a dick. You're being a dick for no
reason. Now we need Ronald Reagan in a
voice.
deathbed. Roll him out on the field.
Morning in America.
Well, and McDermott was asked about that. Like, I know, every game's different, but like a win like this, he was asked, like, is this kind of a win galvanizes a team? A last-second field goal by a guy that was struggling. And he's like, and I thought McDermott would go classic cliche of like, all wins are tough to get in this league. And he was like, no, this win's big. Like, this win for a locker room galvanizes a team. When you didn't have your A game, you still found a way to win, and you had a 61-yarder. You kind of think, hey, things are kind of starting to fall our way. It galvanizes the locker room.
All right, so with that being said, you look forward here, right? You got Colts, Chiefs, bye. So there are games, and I'm knocking on wood here, because the Bills always have their holy crap how they lose that game.
There's always one, right?
And we haven't had that game yet. All right, but you've got Indy, you've got the Rams, you got the Patriots twice, and the Jets. So that's 5 should have
That's a lot of softies.
Okay, but it's funny how the NFL season always works out because people are convinced before opening day, you know where the losses are going to come. That Chiefs game looked very scary. It looks less scary now based on how the Chiefs are playing despite they're undefeated. The 49ers, I don't even know what the hell to think about them.
I don't know what to expect for that one.
They're supposed to be dominant, but they got to play in primetime in Buffalo. It seems, Dan, The scariest game left on the schedule.
What we got?
Detroit.
Yeah.
The Lions
Yeah.
in Detroit on the 15th of December. They're unstoppable right now, Dan.
Yeah, they are an absolute wagon. I think I saw something that they have fewer incompletions than they do touchdowns over this 6-game winning streak. It's insane. Jared Goff just doesn't throw incompletions. They just rolled the Packers. They lost their best player, got ejected in the middle of that game. Like, they are an absolute wagon. That city is kind of galvanized right now, what Dan Campbell has done. Tommy, do you like Dan Campbell?
I love him. He's the best.
You know who he is?
Yeah, he's the head coach.
Well,
He's
he
nuts.
knows because, like, if he was going to bite Dan Campbell's knees, he wouldn't have to do anything. He's right there.
Right. Direct hit.
Yeah.
No, that guy's nuts.
Yeah, but awesome.
Yeah. And he does that funny commercial, too, now, where he takes the people's order.
Applebee's, yeah.
He's really good. He's going to be in an action
need to
movie.
do some commercials?
Does McDermott
need to do a funny commercial?
No,
Tommy,
McDermott
like
has
him?
no talent outside of coaching.
for God's
He's a
sakes.
talented coach. He has no charisma. He can't act. Dan Campbell will be in an action movie.
He's got no time to be in an action movie.
Bro, they
You're
all
talking
have
like
time.
post-career? You think
Lombardi was in 2 action flicks back in the 70s.
What was it called?
He was in both Dirty Harrys.
In the 70s. He was dead.
No.
Hold
Dirty,
on.
the original Dirty Harry was in the 60s.
Yeah, no, Dirty Harry, if they would have checked out his Dirty Harry, he wouldn't have died the way that he did.
Wasn't Lombardi like 4'5"?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, but he was all man.
Calm down over there.
Tommy would tower over Lombardi right now.
Dan, can I tell you my biggest fear right now before we let you go?
Yeah.
As we're talking about
Lombardi's dirty.
the Lions Bills thing we're talking about here. My biggest fear, and the cruelest of cruel fates, would be if somehow the way the seasons are going, if the Bills meet the Lions.
Oh
in the
yeah,
Super
that would
Bowl.
be the worst.
I don't know what I would do because I have
Chalk up number 5.
Look, I
Like,
have
who does America root for?
Exactly, because
Detroit.
you would have a new. Oh, I disagree.
I don't know.
America?
Yeah, but I mean the
It's
Bills
gonna-
are
Motor
they both
America's
have the
City.
same,
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen ain't GM, man. Buffalo didn't build this country.
I love. Here comes 1960s Tommy. Let me tell you something about
America was built through Detroit.
Yeah, no, I just saw a bunch of people there talking about how great it is in a microphone. Dan,
They got Eminem,
Dan,
and now he's like a nice guy.
Dan. I mean, like you would have a new Super Bowl winner, but I think this is personal for me.
Yeah, they both be popping their cherry.
I've been to like 5. I've been to 5 Lions games. One as a Bills fan.
It's like a tradition in your family.
We went to the Thanksgiving Day game when I was a kid because my dad didn't want to be around his in-laws. But I love Lions fans. I love that city.
They're similar.
Even when I was there for the Thanksgiving Day game 2 years ago, like everybody was so kind. We were having fun. They can bust balls. Like it would. And I'm gonna hate them if they end up in the Super Bowl.
I think Buffalo would have to be the villain, right? Like,
I
if you're
don't
gonna look at a
know.
good guy versus a villain.
I mean, Dan, what do we do? I wouldn't even know what to do.
Well, I think who wouldn't know what to do would be the city of New Orleans because Bourbon Street would collapse. Like, that would be the two fan bases that would absolutely crush that city of every drop of alcohol. Like, I understand we're talking about from a league standpoint, that would be an amazing Super Bowl of two diehard, passionate fan bases that have absolutely been tormented for the last 2 decades. It would be awesome.
It would be the first Super Bowl that ever ended a tie.
But the problem with that Super Bowl scenario is, as far as the two coaches, Dan Campbell way outshines him as far as personality.
He'd have all the sound bites for sure.
But the personality in front of the podium, he crushes. But McDermott.
Dan will back me up on this. That's what McDermott wants. He wants to.
No, but I'm saying like who's going to win the game of charm?
Okay,
it's going to be Dan Campbell. When you say who's everybody rooting for, they're going to love that coach.
Okay, that's a good point.
There would also be the week-long debate of which coach could beat up which coach.
Ooh, because I mean, look, Campbell is scary.
He's also big.
He is, but McDermott,
he's big,
state champion wrestling coach. You never count out the wiry guy, bro. I'm telling you, as a guy who fights, you never count out the wiry guy.
Yeah.
Except for Dan.
Who would bite who's kneecapped? You know, like that was what we'd be having all the stories.
I'll say this: you're right as far as who would just based on things.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Campbell looks like he knows how to fight, like street fight.
You don't think McDermott does?
No.
It's always the quiet guys.
From William and Mary, a lot of
the
street
quiet
fighting
he
down
doesn't
there.
even eat donuts.
He
What, you mixing it up with Jon Stewart? And all the rest of the intellects. McDermott comes across as an intellect.
Yeah. And?
Campbell don't.
Yes, he does. Okay, we're not. Look, we're already super late. We're already super
We're
late.
debating something that hasn't even
No,
happened.
because he could be mayor of that city.
Okay, so could McDermott right now.
He doesn't have mayor in him.
My argument. Nah.
He doesn't look like a tough mayor.
Okay, Dan, we are super late, but before we let you go, let's say I love your work on 13 Wham. And like everything you guys do, Buffalo Bills is great. But let's say I wanted that coverage of Buffalo plus some more. Where can I find that?
That's really great that you always have this great setup, and I know you're late. So Buffalo Plus YouTube channel, Mike, Jen, and I, instant reaction.
Oh, do you guys curse on there like you do on our show? Do you say swear words and stuff?
Hey,
You talk dirty?
Dropped. This was a good, great segment by me. I didn't get dropped.
Proud of you.
Wow.
That's what they call it in the biz, the TV biz. You got dropped, man. Also,
hey,
Dan.
Next week we'll do this in the TSA line. I'm going to Indy. So we'll do
all right.
the TSA line.
Also, you guys have an appearance coming up. Where are you guys going to be doing your show live from?
Wayland Brewing Company out right in Orchard Park, November 13th. It's a Wednesday after practice. Come have some beers with us out in Orchard Park.
They're so popular in Rochester, they're doing an appearance in
Why
Orchard
are they
Park.
putting your ass way out there, bro?
We already did one last year in Rochester, Tommy. So now
Get
we're
an
gonna do one
agent,
in
man.
Buffalo.
Nobody does away appearances.
They're big. They're bigger. The Buffalo Plus is huge outside of Rochester.
Don't they have their own
Yeah, it's
plus?
surprising, Tommy. This Bills coverage that we do is kind of also big in Buffalo. I know it may be surprising to you, but
Like I know
we're gonna
you're
go there.
Channel 13. You all think you're cool. You know you look down on 8 and 10.
Was that the end of the sentence?
Who's driving?
Is that all you got?
I'm driving all the way out to Buffalo to see these guys have
four
a beer.
people who live there. He's not understanding the concept.
All right, we're gonna
Yeah,
let
but
him-
it's on Wednesday.
They sent you to the freaking Olympics when you were on the radio in Rochester. In Atlanta. Who the hell knew who you were there?
Nobody knows who he is in Rochester. Dan, we got to go. Great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it as always, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there goes Hot Takes, Dan Chesty, Watch Your Mouth, Orchard Park, Tommy Impression Fates. The older you are, the more likely you feel like garbage today.
Why, what happened?
But that ain't just age. It's what happened over the weekend, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. There is absolutely no reason to do this anymore.
Oh.
Yet we press on. In fact, it's one of the few bipartisan things that everyone agreed on, and then they just didn't do it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can visit the contest page right now.
What am I going to get?
WCMF.com. Pair of tickets to The Last Waltz. Band consists of Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson, and for the first time together on tour since Tom Petty's passing, Mike Campbell and Benmont Tench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Was, John Medeski, and others. Maybe my dad will be there. On Friday, November 15th at the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Log on, win. Good luck from your friends on CMF. It is the day after daylight savings.
Yeah, buddy. Everybody dragging their ass.
Which is weird because we got the extra hour of sleep.
Right, but it still throws everybody off.
It does. 7 in 10 Americans say right now they are feeling that time change. And it turns out the older you are, the more effect it has on you.
Yeah, because you start getting to a time rut.
Over 8 in 10 boomers say they are feeling it, compared to just one half of Gen Zers that would be younger than Kimmy and I.
That's interesting because I would think boomers are aging out of the workplace, and I would think that's where you're really most affected is if you're on a strict schedule where you're getting up in the morning.
Oh, good point. Thoughts?
Yeah, but I even like my brothers are pretty regimented in their routines, even though they have no job.
Okay.
Yeah.
My brother's been retired for 25 years, and I guarantee you he wakes up the same way every day still.
But, I mean, it's not like if he gets sleepy, he can't go to bed early if he
Right,
wants to.
but
right?
he's set.
Okay.
I think, especially men get so set.
I don't disagree with you, and I am feeling a little bit off today, although I will say, in springtime, I despise this.
Yeah.
You lose that hour, it's a
10
freaking
times
nightmare,
worse.
right? I love getting that hour. Yesterday was the greatest day of my life, right? I got up early without getting up early, right? Got a whole bunch of stuff done. I went to bed at like 8 o'clock. It was the best thing ever, and I still feel like crap today.
Because you're off. Your body's off.
It
Your
just
body
throws
clock
you off.
is off.
I also ate like a lot of fried chicken and then some mini pizzas from Savastano's.
Yeah,
and
maybe
then I
that
did
was it.
Snickers bar, ice
Goddamn
cream.
time change.
Then
I
a
also-
Klondike ice cream bar. Then I had 6 tall boy beers.
Man, ice cream and beer.
Ice cream and beer.
That sounds nasty.
It was good. Well, not at the same time.
I also wonder if people tend to stay up later because, you're looking at the clock and it says 8 o'clock, but
So you're
really
partying
you
out
feel
Saturday
like 9
night?
o'clock.
All
Yeah,
right.
it just confuses you all around.
I do start to do that on Friday. It feels like, but it's actually, and then I disqualify myself.
Oh.
252 WCMF. So you're feeling it today?
No.
No.
Not really.
Yeah, here's why. I mean, you feeling it? No.
Because I kind of went to bed at the same time anyway.
Okay.
Because I don't change my sleep patterns much. Like on the weekends, I don't stay up later. I pretty much stay on this work schedule.
Gotcha.
So I'm asleep by 8 o'clock.
Even on a Saturday?
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
up. I'm a lot of fun.
Wild Tommy. Mutual
Yeah.
of Omaha's Wild Tommy.
Here's the great thing is I get all my drinking in earlier.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, so I still get all my drinking in, but I just start around 2 and then work my way into my 8 o'clock nap. But I can't sleep in, but they say that's the way you're supposed to be.
Oh, the
Try
thing
to
you
stay on a
do-
schedule.
The thing you do is the way you're supposed to be.
Not the drinking part, but the stay on don't try to catch up on sleep.
Sure. No, I mean, that's my biggest fear getting older is like, I've said this before. I would pay $1 million to have the opportunity to sleep 12 straight hours again. I can't do it to save my life. I get 8 hours, and that's the max, and that's if I'm lucky.
But that's probably all you really need is 8, but you're probably not getting 8.
Okay, I got my CPAP machine. I don't know.
That probably helps you because now you're breathing.
We
You're
all
not-
know.
Stop. Your heart's not stopping.
Here's what a sleep nerd I am now. The first thing I do when I wake up every day, because if you have a CPAP machine, you know it'll tell you how long the CPAP machine's been on, right? And it'll tell you it's got 3 faces. Smiley face, good sleep, with the air going through.
Yeah.
Medium face, and then frowny face, like the air wasn't getting in your nose.
Yeah.
Right? I will check how long I slept and like judge myself based on how long I got there.
So how you doing?
Not good.
Oh.
Not great.
So the machine ain't helping you.
Well, no, I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'm saying, like, I don't have the ability to sleep late anymore. And it sucks because I know
And you
it's-
never will.
Yeah, I don't want that, man. It's horrifying. I'm always tired, always. Just want some sleep. I just want to sleep, man. And the cruelest part is I used to be able to blame the kids. Because, like, if you have
Their
kids.
activities and stuff.
Well, no, I mean just saying, like, they get up. Like, kids' clocks are early.
Oh, no, they're in sleep mode now, right? Your
Teenage
daughters?
kids, yeah, it's great. So, like, I used to be able to say, like, oh, well, my kids don't know the difference between daylight savings time. My kids are up at 6 a.m. I have to get up. Now, my kids will sleep till noon if I let them, but I'm up, having to be quiet downstairs, making them a peanut butter toast.
I hate having to be quiet in the morning. That's the worst part of getting up early.
Yeah.
I can't do a goddamn thing.
And then, like, my wife will be like, she can sleep still. So, like, I'll get up, and then, like, I'll try and get all romantic. And she's just like, hey.
Wait, in the morning?
Yeah, buddy.
So you wake her up?
Well, no, I don't. I try, but she always weighs me off.
I don't think women want to have morning sex.
Why not?
I don't think they want to. If she was sleeping peacefully,
yeah, roused out of bed.
What?
I don't think like that was her idea of like a good morning.
Right.
Like,
I don't
hey,
like
interrupted
drill
my
sergeant
peace.
sex.
Oh,
I don't like physically like shake her
No,
violently.
I know, but even
still,
just
like,
the act
woman
of like
doesn't want to
waking
wake
her
up
up.
and here's my
Like
dong.
let her wake up.
Morning dawn, it's got a new song. It ain't gonna be around long. Because I gotta go to the bathroom.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Ah, the old post-game Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new, exciting bit we do. Kimmy.
The new thing, yeah.
What was the last word you said?
Bit.
It is Kimmy.
Bit we do with Kimmy.
What's it called?
What's Kimmy doing in the hood?
Kimmy's got her Post from the Neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. We're going to listen for clues.
You got to listen.
You got to listen. And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do it just after 9. Also, Election Day tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
A lot going on there.
They hardly talk about it.
Well, there's an interesting something that happened over the weekend.
What's
because
that?
if you share your home with somebody, if you're married, dating, whatever,
Yeah.
you may assume you know who your partner is voting for tomorrow. And the most popular Google search over the weekend nationally might suggest you don't.
Oh.
And there was a time.
A voting time.
Where a couple could exist and vote for different candidates.
Yeah.
I don't know if we live in that time anymore.
I know some people.
Okay.
In my family.
And we'll share this information with you tomorrow, but that Google search that we have, the one that was the most popular over the weekend in America, suggests they can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow. Also, don't forget, you got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000.
Easy to win. Download the free Odyssey app. Log in. Listen to CMF for a minimum of an hour each day. That is your daily entry. And someone nationally will win $5,000 every single day. Download the Odyssey app. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way for also the girl.
Oh, the gal there.
The gal.
I want to hear Dan, Pat,
I
and
didn't
also
mean
Kitty.
it. I didn't mean it like that.
No. The
And
fact
Kimmy too.
No, I know that was very demeaning.
No, the fact that it was a natural afterthought for you.
I would never demean you on the radio.
For Tommy Boulay, who, God, you make me sick.
What did I do?
In every single way. I don't know. You opened your mouth today?
Oh, because I said that thing about the fingers.
Yeah, man. About a woman who was on the phone.
But she kind of was.
But you had already made your jokes before, and you took it one step too far.
No, one finger too far.
Well, you did do that too.
And you did it after she got off the phone, so don't pretend like she was
four
like
people
cool
coming to dinner.
No, I said it when she was on the air.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room. 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.